Shalom, shalom. Want to wait a second for everybody to come in. We got the tea over here and the bowl, guys. Baby. You can throw that in? Oh, God. Yes. There we go. It has been a minute since we had one of these. Woo! Shalom, Shalom, shalom. What? What? What you gonna do about it? So usually, yeah. Usually, when they're behind the camera, the babies are all taken care of. What? I think he's like, what? Why is he have that thing on his head? There you go. Is that better? Is that better? You know, had to give us a second. Logistics are still being worked out. How has everybody's day been? Aside from it being way too hot. How's everybody's week been? Hallelujah. Oh, gosh. Thank you, Brother Gary. Oh, gosh. I'm going to bring on this twin. Uh, what? Tootie, bring me fat. Oh, gosh. Oh, look. Oh, uh-oh. Let me go ahead and move this out of the way. I know what comes next. This is how it is every day. They really can't tell that. Yeah. So this one right here has been teaching this one how to be bad. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Why would you attack me? Oh, God. Xavier, help me. Xavier, you just. Oh, goodness. Oh, oh, gosh. You have to go back to mommy. You cannot just. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, it's you. It's you. Oh, goodness. Yeah, just keep looking at the camera. That that's what you should be looking. Oh. No. Yeah, this is how it goes every day. Uh-oh. You getting kisses? Oh, he's not gonna take kisses. These two just roll together. They roll together. And this one's the oldest one. Well, older than this one, and this one's like 8 times bigger. Okay. Tootie, come get Shimstone. Little shimmy. Oh gosh. Thank you. Whew. Bye, Shimmy. You going back to mom. Hallelujah. All righty. Welcome to the stream. It has been hot. I saw been busting ass in a wholesale order 80 hours a week for the past 2 weeks. I got it finished 3 minutes before sunset. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh. Yes, we have have bye Zaybe. Yeah, we've been running and gunning here. Um, obviously, there's always a lot going on here on the homestead on the rock. Family. We have some children right now finishing up. I think they're baking something outside. Some are eating inside. A lot going on. A lot going on. But praise the Most High. When she comes back, obviously. We're gonna get this stream started. We try to do this stream once a year because it is obviously one of the more I would say it's one of the conversations and one of the questions that we get asked the most, specifically from brothers, but also from a lot of sisters that are inquiring, because a lot of you sisters have come from churches, assemblies, ministries, and you have been taught a lot of confusion, married or non-married. You've been taught a lot of confusion, and you are actually you're not very aware of some of the ploys that these churches use, because you have to remember, if you were part of the Willie Lynch conversation that we had several start of Shabbat ago, you will remember in the Willie Lynch letters, Slick Willie said that you basically want to control the woman. The way to controlling a man is to control the women. If you own the women, then if the system or if the slave master owns the woman, then the woman will do the work of the master for them. She becomes literally the watchdog. Literally. I mean, the Will Lynch letter said that. She becomes the watchdog for the man. You see it in today's system. If things don't go the way the woman wants, then she runs to the system, puts the man in child support, and literally she becomes the watchdog. That's absolutely right, Palmetto. That's advice straight from the adversary. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we try to share this testimony every once in a while, at least once a year at least, to kind of get the information out there. You notice that Sister Tia is not wearing a head covering. I know some of you done fell back in your chair. You done fell back in your chair. You're having a conniption right now. You've done condemned us to hell 3 times. You're on the second rotation of Psalms 109. I mean, you just can't believe what's going on. Like I said, I am spurning and running away as fast as I can from all of this wicked. I'm going to say gasp. I'm running away as fast as I can. He's clutching his pearls. We are sprinting as fast as we can from religion and from these things, even years after ever being part of one of these camps, churches, assemblies, ministries. I continually study the word and find things that I am even today, or was today, currently doing or currently following that had nothing to do with the book. It's a man-made tradition. It's a man-made doctrine that they pass off on people. And one of them is when you got this idea that people say, well, a woman has to wear a head covering. And I sit back and I say, I don't see a single thing in the Torah that says that. I have studied and studied and studied, and I see examples of where women wore head covering. I see the example of Rebecca putting a head covering on when she asked a servant. But that would mean that Rebecca, I just broke my rubber band. That would mean that Rebecca, it was Rebecca, right? Yeah, it was Rebecca. I mean, Rebecca was with the servant of Isaac, or the servant of Abraham, without a head covering on. Then when she saw her husband, there you go, Brother Jack. He called it, smubum shit made up by, shit made up by man. That's exactly it. Made up by man. And then, bless you, Brother Jack. Blessings to your household, my brother. Shabbat shalom. And then they pass these things off to other people. They pass it. I mean, I've heard doctrines where, all sorts of doctrines all sorts. And the funny thing about a lot of these doctrines, these man-made doctrines, is, brothers, first of all, it's to get you in subjection. Second, when these man-made doctrines are created, when these man-made doctrines are created, you have to understand it's likely not to your benefit. It's to their benefit. I have not yet seen doctrines that people created that weren't to the benefit of the higher up. Think of all these doctrines. Like, I'm gonna give y'all one, because you even heard people, and we're gonna get into the topic. But turn to Jeremiah, if you can, chapter 29. So we have the infamous all things in common doctrine. We have the infamous, Acts account where people say that they're supposed to give their stuff to their pastor and it's all things in common. Even though we've nailed this thing, I don't know how many times to the ground, and we have beat the literal shit out of this doctrine. I mean, we have beat this thing to death. It doesn't stop people from promoting the heresy of it, the foolishness of it. So Jeremiah chapter 29. And I got something to say very serious. Actually, I'm going to say the very serious thing right now. The very serious thing I wanted to say is I am highly disappointed in the sisters that supported Tanisha, Ebony, and Taylor in their Master Minute video. Brothers, I stand in agreement with you. It really is a minute. It's just a very long minute. It's the same type of minute that I have a response video coming out. It's the same type of minute the women give when they say that they are just going to run to the store to get a couple things. And hours later, they come back. Well, they haven't left by themselves in years, but I've experienced it. Oh, I'll be right back. Or when they're on the phone, y'all are on the phone. Yeah, I'm just gonna call the sister real quick. There you go, Palmetto. I'll be ready in a minute. That's exactly it. They'll say, I'll be ready in a minute. I'll be there in 1 minute. We done set our tin up, had s'mores, waiting for them to come back out. See, they're clowning on us. But I got a response. She said, Jack said, I was literally on the edge of my seat until I realized it was a Master Minute. That video had me rolling. I stand guilty as charged. Brother, I said, give me a second. See, his Master Minute is a minute. A Master Second. See?
His Master Second ever last 4 hours.
Wait, but is he actually
5 hours?
Technically, yes. Because if my Master Minute lasts 3 hours, I'm just saying, if it lasts 3 hours and his Master Second is 10 minutes, then that would mean every second is 10 minutes times 60, which would mean that it would be actually 600 minutes, which means his Master Minute would actually be 6 hours. So I'm actually in a better rate. Thank you, brother. Ronnie, my beloved brother. You looking out for me. I see you, brother. I see you.
But if it's not as regular as yours, then you have to think about it. You have a Master Minute almost every day, and sometimes 2 times a day. Whereas if this Master Second is
let's get back to the reading. Let's get back to the reading. Let's get back to this reading. What was I reading? Okay. All right. We're going to go to verse 4. Okay? This is very easy. I mean, he said I tried to help.
I think I was just a tad. I might have been a tad bit over the top.
No, that was over the top.
It's
Brother J. Moore said, I'll get my give me a minute is I'll get there as soon as possible, so it will be a positive conversation or task. There you go. There you go. I feel you, Brother J. Morris. I feel you. So this is the all things in common. You have to give. The Bible wants you to give me your stuff so that we can have it all together. This is why I say I hate religion. Read the book just for what it says, okay? No additives, no GMOs, genetically modified opinions. Just read it for what it says. Verse 4. Thus saith Yahweh, and I'm going to need y'all to answer a question for me. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Yah of Israel, unto all that are carried away captive. Simple question. Who is he saying this to? Is he saying this to all that are carried away captive? Or is he saying this to the elders and the leaders? Simple question. I'm going to wait for an answer. And we need 2 or 3 witnesses. Who is he saying this to? Because I've heard churches, ministries use this verse. They don't use this part. They'll skip to verse 5. Simple question. Who is he saying this to? Edify the body. Bless you, my brother. Shabbat shalom. He said, to all of Israel. Then tell you that to give you his stuff, and it will be all together in common in your hand. That's exactly it. All that are carried away. All right, so Jay Morris, edify the body. We have 2 witnesses. Anybody else want to be a witness to this? Anybody else? Ask your pastor this question. Why are he going to use this verse and then tell you to give you a shit? Brother Ryan said, all of Israel. Brother Darrell said, all Israel just as it's written. Okay. He said this to all of Israel. Every man. There you go, Hands. Bless you, my brother. He said me. He's saying this to all of Israel. He ain't just saying this to the elders, to the pastors, whom I have caused you to be carried away from Jerusalem unto Babylon. Build ye houses. He's telling you to build houses. Neither do I, Brother Gary. Neither do I. I ain't got no pastor either. He's telling you, brother, you build houses and dwell in them and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take wives. He's not telling you to ask your pastor to take a wife for you. He's telling you take wives. He didn't say ask his permission. He didn't say get his support. He didn't say get married in the church by him. He told you, brother, to go take wives. That's true. That's true. Edify the body. Technically, we do have a pastor, the one true shepherd, Yeshua. Amen. You know what? I stand corrected. Amen. I agree with that. And eat the fruit of them. Take wives and begat sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminished. Okay. Where in there did he ever ask or say, after you build your house, turn over the house and the deed for the all things in common? I thought he said we were supposed to do these things. I find it very interesting that these same people will use these verses, and what they really mean is it's for them to do all this stuff. You have to go ask his permission. The Bible, Yah already gave you permission, brother, to be preeminent, to have dominion, and to subdue. You don't need nobody else's permission, not your pastor, not the government. So this shit about going and turning your stuff over to another man is crazy. Yah already told you what to go do. He didn't say go to the elders or the leaders. He said go to those that were carried away. That's all of Israel. That's all of Israel. Brothers, you got to be careful. These people will take your shit and try to tell you it's Yah's will. It ain't Yah's will. It ain't Yah's will. That's exactly it, Brother Ronnie. If you give up your shit, then you will serve it. It's funny how Messiah told them to refer to the law and the prophets if they want eternal life. Jeremiah is one of those prophets, and he says to do this. House of Lamar, absolutely right. In fact, again, so that we don't butcher this, and you want to be obedient, right? Verse 4, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Yah of Israel, unto all that are carried away captive. Yahweh himself from his mouth said this. And doesn't the Bible, don't we always hear, Yahweh will not change or alter any word that came out of his mouth, right? So if he doesn't alter or change any word that came out of his mouth, then why is it that these so-called leaders go to an account in Acts and act like Yah changed his mind? I am Yahweh the Elohim, and I change not. He doesn't change. Why is that so hard for us to understand? He doesn't change. So if you look in the book and you see our forefathers did it, you see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did it, you see the church, you see our forefathers did these things, and then suddenly you got these, I'm gonna call them New Testament. I don't care if they say they keep the law. These are New Testament pastors only, with a little bit of law sprinkled in. They will go and tell you straight up that you're supposed to give them your shit. You are supposed to pay tithes and offerings. You're supposed to give your hard-earned resources and money to them so that they can build the kingdom. But yet I just read that Yah told us, he told you and me. See, here's what I'm going to say to all y'all brothers and sisters. Yah is only saying this to Israel. This command that he is giving is to Israel. So what you have to understand is we have to stop expecting people that aren't Israel to do this thing. Those that are not Israel, that's right, edify the body. Yeah, and when Philip went to see the Ethiopian eunuch, he did not force him to sell or live on community. No, he didn't. But you got these people out there that are telling you, if you don't live in community, then you're wicked. If you don't live in community, then there's something wrong with you. You don't want accountability. Can you please take that argument up with Yah? Because I'm just doing what Yah told me to do. Your problem is not with me. You can call it selfish. You can call it whatever you want to. Your problem is with the author of the book. That's where your problem lies. These commands are for Israel. So if you are Israel, then you are told to do these things. If you're not Israel and you follow some other man-made doctrine, then yes, you are free to sell it and give it to whoever you want. There are plenty of religions, of people that live that lifestyle, that sold their shit and turned it over continuously. I've been doing my study on history, and I've been finding out that is not a new thing. That has been something that has been repeated over and over and over and over and over again. That is the verse that reverberated in my spirit for years in the Sunday church when I was being told that the Old Testament doesn't apply no more. I change not. Absolutely, my brother, Project 5P. Absolutely. That verse stands out. Verdero said, question, when I was paying my tithes to churches in the past, was I being a servant out of ignorance? It's hard to say. You still had preeminence over all your stuff. You just were turning over some money to them. So I wouldn't say you were a servant because you still had your bank account. But it was, I think it was just another manipulation, brother. Just another manipulation. That's all it was. I mean, we all know who the tithe was for, the Levites. We also know the Bible says who the Levites were to marry. Never mind. I ain't trying to go there. SOJ, Shabbat Shalom. That's right, Brother J. Morris. How many times does he point to living an agricultural life? Almost every parable that I can think of is agricultural in a sense. I mean, I know, like, no, there's some that are not, but most of them are. Most of his, references are agricultural. Palmetto, I do the same thing, brother. I give cheerfully to brothers when they are in need. I am not going to be compulsed to pay for a pastor or pastors to fly somewhere in a jet. I'm not paying to have somebody buy another 50 acres of land when I don't have one. Yah doesn't change. So if he doesn't change, you have to be careful of all these so-called Israelite, which are really just New Testament apostolic oneness pastors that are mixing doctrine as they see fit and feeding it to you. That's what they're doing. They're mixing doctrine and they're feeding it to you. And you, largely the yous, are people that just escaped the Christian church. Look at the people that fall headlong into these ministries and camps. They're usually people that are disenfranchised, ain't got a lot of shit going on for themselves, or they just left the Christian church. Man, narrow way path. He just said, pay for another man's vacation while you can't have one yourself. You just paid for somebody else to drive a truck that you can never afford. You just put gas in his tank. Yeah, you said routine vacation.
Not like your job give you a vacation or 2 a year, a vacation or 2 a week, a month.
He going back. Look how Lamar said, paid for him to go to NASCAR. Meanwhile, they ain't even got a car to get in. They're taking the public bus but pay for somebody else to drive at a NASCAR. Sound like the Christian pastors. They drive in. They. Oh, okay. They driving in BMWs, and the church people are coming to school on a public bus.
That's exactly what I was doing.
Like, you gotta talk louder.
So that's exactly what I was doing. I was getting off the public bus 7 a.m, waiting in front of the church house. Otherwise, I'm gonna be late. Maybe 8. Getting on the bus in the morning to be at church by 10. And they pull up.
Wait. You got the church at 7 a.m. for church at 10?
I'll get on the public bus that leaves my place
at 7.
At 7, between 7 and 8 to be at church at 10.
Took her 3 hours to get to church. And church was probably like 10 miles away. Took her 3 hours to get to church.
On the public bus.
On a public bus, so they could show up in a BMW.
So they can show up in a BMW, Rolls Royce. Each child had some sort of Mercedes, and then something.
And I went to this church with her when we first met. I went to this church with her, and I'm looking, and I'm like, dude, pastor rolled up. I think he had a Rolls Royce. He had a Rolls Royce, and yeah. And then his son pulled up in a drop top BMW. No, it was a Mercedes. He had a Mercedes.
His daughter had a BMW.
Yeah. His son, 18-year-old son, was he 18? 18, 19-year-old son pulled up in church with a drop top BMW. His daughter pulled up in like a Mercedes SUV. He had 2 daughters, right?
2 daughters.
His other daughter pulled up.
Her and her husband and like
some fancy.
Super fancy.
I'm talking like if you had added the, and this was a small church. They probably had 150, 200 regular members at this church, Sunday church. And I'm looking around like, damn, full of single women. All the men were emasculated. And and I am not bullshitting you, brothers and sisters. This is why I call this shit out. In fact, I'm not even gonna say it. What did Pastor Eric used to wear? What kind of clothes did he wear up there?
Oh, he's got like muscle t-shirts on.
Muscle.
He worked out, so
this dude was ripped.
He was ripped,
and he would preach in muscle shirts. I'm not joking. The kind of shit that you would wear to the gym. I'm not playing with y'all. I know y'all gonna laugh at me. The Under Armour. See, you heard her say it. Under Armour t-shirts, and this dude was ripped.
Like the sleeves, like right here.
He had the high sleeves. Yep. His chest. He had a big chain hanging down with the cross. I'm not playing, brother Rodney. I'm not playing. He had a tight stonewashed jeans. Would be up there. I mean, he had the alligator boots, and that nigga was looking on point.
What can I say? This was a marriage situation. You're single, but he had 2 daughters and a son. Not one of his daughters or sons were single.
All were married.
His daughter was married. His next daughter, he made sure he had them professionally, like they were married. Her and her husband, they had a tight relationship. So all the single women is up there envying his family, really, because all you see is them two. He have a wife. His oldest daughter with a wife. His next oldest daughter, he's counseling in front of the whole church, making sure they have a great marriage. He picked top men for her. Every woman was begging to be with his son. Like every girl. His son
used to sing R&B. He used to go around and like he used to go on the radio station for singing. I mean, his daughters were pretty. They were both pretty. They could sing too. But they were married. There were other beautiful women in the church. Guess what they were told? Wait on the Lord.
And pay money. Remember, if you want a marriage, you see me and my wife, you see me and my children, invest into your blessing, invest into your marriage. Go pay.
How much did you pay to get your blessing? The pastor would tell him. I was sitting up in church and I'm listening to this shit like, wait, what? Did the pastor just say invest in your blessing? If you want a good husband, if you want a husband that makes $25,000, give a $25 offering. But if you want $100,000 husband, then you need to sow $100. So every week for a month and watch God work. And I was like, you just told these people, and the area that this church was in was kind of in the hood. You just told these hood people to give $400. Each woman give $400 if you want a $100,000 husband. I was like, what verse do you find in the Bible that says give $100 a week for a $100,000 husband? Ebony don't fall for that. Did you fall for that too? Oh, you didn't fall. Did you ever pay for a husband? Give offering? She's thinking about it now. Ebony said she probably sold for her husband also.
I remember I had my last, I think it was part of my light bill money or something like that. I had last $30 and I was like, well, all I need to do is keep some change for a bus fare. I paid $28. I was like, that's 28 years.
Oh yeah.
Because he said how many years, and I was like,
wait. Listen to this doctrine that the preacher brought to her church. And I'm sitting out there like this. I'm just like, what is this shit real? Like, you brought me to church and everybody's saying amen, hallelujah. You got the hoe in the corner doing a praise dance. She's praise dancing. The person on the organ, and then you got the fine women. They all shaking their ass. I'm just like, okay, now that's the part of church that I like. I was like, okay.
That
go ahead, girl.
I said that church. No. Yeah. The real beat that should have been playing was an R&B song.
Yep.
And you should have heard Pop, Lock, and Drop It, because that's exactly how
these women were popping it. I was like, this girl is twerking the shit out of that chair right now. And here I am standing up over here trying to act like I ain't looking like. So when we left, I was like, man, that church was bomb.
You said you were honest, though. You said, you don't think I'm looking? I just want to let you know I'm looking. Who the hell is their wife at?
Yeah, we were there. I told her, I said, you brought me here. And the girl in front, I told this story all the time, she's over there popping it. And that girl's fine. She is popping it, and she looked back at me, and then look down at her ass and look back in my eyes, and she's dead smack with Tanisha right next to me, staring deeply into my eyes, and I was gone too, brothers. I was gone. History. I was just like, I think I heard in the background of my head, if you just believe it, there's nothing to it. And I turned that shit personal. I was like, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch that ass. I think about it every night and day. Just put my hands out and grab away. My bad.
That was pretty good.
We repented for that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I was sitting here like, you brought me to this church, and this church, as what I used to call the black church.
The club?
I called the club. I was like, we going to the club this Sunday? Because this shit is bomb. But the one thing that I noticed about every sister in there, every woman in there, is they all want the pastor. Every woman in there was looking at that pastor like, man, I want a man like that.
Half was looking at the pastor. I'm telling you, the younger half was looking at his son. Every woman in there fighting. The son already had somebody set up to be his wife, and everybody envied her too and was trying to take her place. Between him and his son, they had a competition.
Camilo said that's a powerful song, brother. So then when I come to the faith, and even though everyone's got head coverings and skirts on, it's the same game. Dude sitting up on the front of the pulpit with a tight shirt on, basically flaunting his shirt. Although Eric was less, some of these so-called Israelite pastors, he was a lot more chill. Like, he didn't get on people's faces. He didn't say, y'all want to be with a man like me. He didn't say that shit.
He said, you want a marriage like mine.
Yeah, he would say, you want a marriage like mine. That's right, SOJ says, shit, it's the same in the faith. Sure is. Sure, Palmetto said, that's because women are more attracted to power. Yep. Same flesh, different fashion. That's exactly it. Edify the body. So we're going to talk about our experience in the faith. We're not going to mention names. We're not going to mention church names. But just to let you know, this is not nothing new. The Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. So when you see these so-called leaders act like this, it's the same thing. I remember the pastor asked me to come to his office one day. I had just walked up in the church. I had a red rag hanging from the back of my pants. I had one in my Bible, and I walked up into the church. He called me to the back to talk to me, and he wanted to know that I want to be an armor bearer. And I was like, what the fuck is armor bearer? Basically, apparently, in the church scene, it's somebody that, like, you can't talk to the pastor unless you go through his armor bearers. So you have to talk to the armor bearers, and the armor bearers kind of filter the information and figure out, is it worth going to the pastor? And, because, the churches, the faith, they always try to use some portion of the Bible. So he tried to indicate that it was like Moses, and how Moses had, certain people that would handle certain matters. So as an armor bearer, my job was to make sure nobody can approach the pastor. You can't just walk up to the pastor and talk. You had to go through an armor bearer. And I said, no. Are you? Man, SOJ, I was flamed up for y'all. I remember she used to come and be like, why do you got to bring the red rag to church? I was like, well, why not? Why you got to bring us to church? Can you leave that in the car? No. The same way you a Christian, you leave your Christianity in the car. I ain't leaving my red rag in the car. She used to drive my car and be like, why you got a red rag tied up in the window? You almost got me shot one.
You did.
I almost got her shot one day.
And I was truly scared because it was a Mexican. Mexicans are serious.
Especially in Southern California.
Like with
they roll deep.
They really do shoot you. At least a black person might look at me and say she's a black woman. He might could reconsider if I look innocent enough. Not no Mexican, they don't care. Not out there. They ain't playing.
Nope. She told me a story. The car I used to race in, for those that know, I used to street race. She drove it to work one day. I had a red rag tied up on the window. She came back home and she was like, can you take that rag off your car? I was like, why? She said, because I almost got shot. I was like, how'd you almost get shot? I mean, let's explain that one. She's like, well, I was at a stop sign and these Mexicans looked at the rag. They were looking in the car, and they looked at the rag and stared me dead smack in her eyes. I was like, that doesn't mean you're going to get shot. Come on.
Wasn't just looking. They didn't just look like, hi. They were like, first it looked like they thought that like it was maybe a man. Like they were ready. They had their game colors on. They're all crazy. I'm over there stopping. I'm like looking like, okay, they're gonna stop looking. They didn't stop. They were like, did somebody start hitting the other one? Like,
and I'm looking at her like, you didn't just reach underneath. You just reach underneath the seat. She's like, for real? Reach underneath the seat.
I really sorry with you.
Yeah, you would. Anyways, armor bearer in the church sounds almost like a bouncer at the club. That's basically what it kind of broke down to. If somebody were to stand up, the armor bearers had to go and handle the issue. That's really what it was. Oh, House Lamar said they don't have armor bearers now. They have whole security teams. When I said that the Most High brought me from a lot, he brought me from a lot. A lot. Oh, you can stay here. And I praise the Most High for his forgiveness. Mrs. Gary said, there isn't any man walking the face of the planet that has any spiritual authority over any other man. But that you go to church and say that, and the people literally treated the pastor like he was a god. Like it was alarming to see how he was treated, to see how people like were in awe when he came and shook their hand, or when he, it's funny because whenever he used to have come up to the front of the church, all the single ladies, 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 all the singles went to the front of the church, to the front of the church. They got their little piety and holiness, and they're in a tight skirt, walking all dainty, waving their hand up to the air. And I'm looking like, and the pastor would blow on them. He'd be like, and these women are falling out, skirts done hiked up. Then somebody else come out with the white blanket and toss the shit over them. I'm just like, it's in every church. This shit is in every single church. Every single church that I have ever been to. I visited quite a few churches trying to find Yah. And it's all the same thing. It's all the same theatrics. He's blowing on people. He's just a little tap in the head. Person don't fall out. And I'm just like, God, damn, it's everywhere. Then you come to the faith. Guess what you got? You have the same thing. It's the same thing. It's making money and playing games with people's salvation. People don't understand. Somebody is willing to make money off of your salvation. They are selling your salvation for a couple $100, and they don't give a damn if you go to hell. They don't give a damn if you go to hell. Your salvation is worth $5,000. Now, I want to preface this with saying this. This whole situation that we experience is partially my bad. Zabi, are you excited? It's partially my bad because, see, when I came to the faith, we weren't anything. We were just doing Bible study. We had a little small Bible study group with a couple of families. We had a little Bible study with a couple of families. It was us and another family, basically. And then their sisters and brothers, yeah. And we had just stopped doing like Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff like that. And I prayed to the Father to show me the truth. And he started to show me more truth. Then I saw somebody on YouTube. And here's the problem. Yah never said, go join them. I asked to seek for the Father. And he was showing me who he was. He also showed me many other people. I don't know if a lot of you may not know these people. These people are 8, 9 years old. Some of them ain't even in the faith no more. But there's a dude named Drawback Jacob, Brother Yerushalayim. I was listening to his videos, and that dude could teach. That brother could teach. I don't think he's not in the faith anymore. But he could teach. And I was learning so much from him. I listened to a woman named Gail Riplinger, and she was showing the differences between the New Testament, not the NIV Bible and the King James Version, and how all these different versions twisted words, or in the NIV, they just took whole verses out of the Bible. So I was really learning, and then of course, it's almost like the devil came in and said, I know how to get you. I know how to get you. I'm going to give you somebody that is preparing, that's in their preparedness. And that's what really caught me was, oh, black guys prepping. So I started listening. And a lot of the stuff that he is saying lines up with the Bible. But then there's those little things that you already know how it is, brothers and sisters. When somebody comes and tells you that no matter what they're saying, it's the truth, and they're talking, and you just say, maybe it's the fact that I don't know enough. Maybe it's the fact that I'm new. Maybe they just have a better understanding than I do. And you find out, no, it wasn't that. It was a trap. And it got me. But more important is it got her. Y'all never told me, y'all never said to me one time, join that group, join that assembly, join that ministry, join that church. You never said it. I was growing so much just reading the book and living it. I learned something, I live it. I see Christmas is wicked, I stop doing it. I see Thanksgiving, I shouldn't be doing, I don't do it. All the holidays, this is before I even was known or even knew about the faith. I was just seeing things and stopped doing them because I could see it in the Bible. For the first time, y'all opened up my eyes and I could see it. And there's always that little additive. And that's where I talk to a lot of brothers and sisters, and I tell y'all this. Y'all see shit that you know don't line up with the book. But instead of saying, this don't line up with the book, red flag. What y'all do is say, like I did, don't do what I did. Y'all say, oh man, he's just smarter than me. But if you can't find it in the book, don't believe no shit nobody said. So of course, me and my dumbass, I bring it to Tanisha. I bring all of it to Tanisha. And that started a spiral that literally, that's why you see the picture, the bill of divorce. That I didn't put one in her hand or nothing like that. I'm just saying it was part of, they had to take like 20 shots. Some of the shots, I was like, are you laughing? But it was like the Willie Lynch letters. When she got sucked in, it was over. It was over for me. Because I could see that the whole ploy from that point on was her. The whole ploy from that day on was getting her. Especially, brothers, when they start seeing you question what the book is saying, they're going after the woman. You want to speak on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Trying to see how to put it.
Well,
I'm not doing anything.
Wait. Let me ask you. Gotcha. Damn it. How did it feel? And be honest. And I'm allowing her to be honest with y'all because some of y'all sisters ask these questions and y'all need to hear the truth. You might just find out that some of the feelings that she's going to be explaining to you, you have. And so this is to help y'all. This is not to try and expose anybody because I don't give a damn about these people one way or another. I don't give a damn about them. I don't give one damn about them. But so many of you sisters get drawn away from your husband to the church, to the ministry, to the assembly, when that should never be the case. Go ahead. Oh, I was asking a question. I'm gonna say go ahead and I didn't even ask the question. Explain some of the feelings that you had being, you know, especially being somebody that was already in the church. How did you feel at the time?
At which point?
Just from the beginning all the way to the end, like the most extreme feelings you had.
Different times was different things. There was a time when he first came, I was probably most vulnerable because we had left the Christian church. Now, of course, I've been raised in the church, and I was already taught you have to go to church to not go to hell. Then I was already taught.
Wait. How many of y'all done heard if you don't go to church, you're going to hell? If you forsake the assembling together, then you're not one of Yah's remnant. How many of y'all heard that? And they make it sound like you're forsaking because you won't go to church every Sunday or Saturday or whatever day you go to church. Right? So what y'all have to understand is the whole point of that is to get you and your wife in front of them every week. Do you understand what power somebody's eventually going to have over you if you're listening to them, if you're giving them 3 to 10 hours a week? Don't let them have a Bible study during the week, blog talking Bible studies throughout the week, other shows during the week. Your wife literally could be getting upwards of 10 to 12 hours of somebody a week. Literally feeding her spiritually. And it ain't you, brother. Brother Mike said, I heard it over and over being said to others. Over, bless you, Brother Mike. You've got somebody feeding your wife literally 12, 14, 15, shit. If you move there all the time, somebody's feeding your wife. The Bible tells you to plant, if you have a fruitful possession and all your field, plant with your own seed. Seed being information. Paul even goes a little bit further to say, woman, if you wish to learn anything, ask your husband at home. Ask your husband at home. Yet you've got somebody spitting in their ear, whether it's the pastor or it's some elders or it's brothers or it's other women who are part of the church, spitting in your wife's ear. Literally 15 plus hours a week. A week. How do you think that's going to go? And all their words come from the same person. They all come from the pastor. So it's really just the pastor using multiple paths, like the devil does when he tries to attack you. He doesn't always attack you frontally. He's going to come with different paths. He uses different sources. He might use music. He might use movies. He might use entertainment. He might use your mama. He might use your brother. He might use Facebook. He might use Yahoo News or CNN News. He's going to attack you from multiple ways, but you're still getting the same agenda from Satan. Brother J. Moore said, how they got that much time while living the book. Right. I'm sorry, continue. I'm like Alex Jones.
So yeah, the beginning was probably the most vulnerable time. Yes, I was taught you don't go to church, you're going to hell. I was taught that pastors and elders specifically, because it was always been related to Moses and certain people. Only a few people got to hear Yah speak to them directly. Everybody else, he speaks to you through the Holy Spirit, but some people get Yah in a different way. So that's already there. That's already all put in me growing up, childhood. And then also, I know my grandmother used to be really strong in people changing faith. And she said, I did that before. I'm really seeking for God. I've been in one type of church. They told me this wasn't right. So I jumped to another one. And I kept jumping. She got to a point where she kind of got stubborn and said, no, because people would take you right out of loving the true God and whatever. So you got to, when you know what your belief is, whatever, stick to it, because people are always seeking to take you out. And my grandmother raised me, so I listened to my grandmother. Like I took her words to heart. I think she really tried to look for what she was doing, but again, she's part of the same trap. And so I took, okay, I'm not gonna let people just move me from faith to faith, belief to belief, because they can be being used by the devil to get me out of the faith. And I don't want to go to, so I was holding that even if I wasn't conscious all the time of it. It was there. And so anyways, I already struggled, but not even as much as I thought. When we were going to this Christian church we were telling you about.
Hold on. Brother Jay Morris. Nope. he said, Brother Chris, do your wives have 10 to 12 hours of free time a week that wouldn't cut into the rest time? Nope. Our rest time is Shabbat and sleep time. Other than that, there are plenty of children. There's me. There's gardens. There's sheep. There's goats. There's chickens. There's trees. There's cooking outside, cooking inside. There's something to be done.
I mean, this is already a lot. I got a baby waiting for me.
Right. I mean, she had to readjust her whole schedule just to come on the live stream. Just to do the live stream today, she had to readjust her whole schedule. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And so, I already got this intimate. We went to the Christian church, brought him to church, thinking, you always think the women are the most like godly and spiritual. They go to church, but they're not.
How many of you have heard that one? Women are more spiritual than men are.
Love God more.
And they love God more. Women love God and are more spiritual than men. What I've learned is women are more emotional and more deceived. I hate saying that one, but she said it.
It is it's true. They're more spiritual, more deceived. So they look as even like the Bible talks about Jezebel. She was more spiritual, but she was spiritual as her false god. Mm-hmm. So we're spiritual, and then we don't even know because we're deceived. You're spiritual after this false god. I'm sure if you're in the right Yah and in the right way, maybe it'll be right, but you have to be there. But, mm-hmm. Okay, so that's why I am.
But Mike said they're more vocal. They are. Uh-huh. If you listen to testimonies, you will hear women give more dazzling testimonies about their pastor. And in fact, you will hear women give more dazzling testimonies about their pastor that they don't ever give about their husband. You're like, tell me about your pastor. Oh, the honorable man of God. Da 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 da. Tell me about your husband. I mean, he all right. But my husband's a good husband because he's really obedient to the pastor. Huh? Did you just say that your husband's really obedient to the pastor? Oh yeah, he follows the pastor as he follows Christ. Huh?
It's that God. It's a God complex. That fear of they already instill all the right tools. Like faith-wise, if you really can get to the truth of it all, you're okay. But the problem is, look at all these barriers to get into the truth. The religion is just like the government to me. I've been thinking about this a lot. Like it's every time I find out something new, I'm like, okay, well, what hope is there? Because religion's like the government. They already trap you up in so many different areas. No matter which way you turn, if you do this, you're going to hell. If you do this, you do that. So all of your option is, well, I can't do this way because I'm going to hell. But then if I go over here, I'm going to hell because this reason. If you do this, it's like everything is a fear technique. If you don't do this, then this gonna happen the same way.
Okay, well, I have a question. With that being said, being part of a particular church, did you ever feel like you were going to go to hell if you listened to me?
If you didn't listen to him, yeah. At some point, yes.
You hear that?
Eventually did get there.
Did y'all hear that? She believed at one point. Was it one point or was it over a period of time?
It was only during certain points. It was a certain period, certain section period of time, and it was usually when you were not. When he was most in his trying times, let me say, anytime that he was in either sin or something that the pastor didn't approve of, or real sin or whatever like that, then they already tell you, oh, that means people are straying away. Then suddenly it's like, okay, well, he don't want the pastor to rebuke him because he's straying away. He don't just want to own that. So then it became, eventually, that's what it turned into. It's all it turned into, like, okay, so is he straying away from God now? Because they already put it out there. You hearing it. This is what it looks like. And you watch his behavior and it's like, it's starting to look like he's straying away from God.
Now being part of that church, was I always questioning what I was hearing?
I think for the most part. I mean, there's times I didn't see you questioning, but you didn't always. he didn't always share with me everything he felt until he get through like a circumstance. Like, so if he's questioning something, if he wasn't sure or clear, I wouldn't hear about it till after. But in the meantime, while I'm not hearing about it, to my last knowledge, you were still on board, you were still whatever. And he's like, well, why do you think I started doing this? I thought you straight away. I don't know what's going on.
You hear that? So she thought I was straying away because I wasn't doing what the pastor wanted me to do.
In
everything. Everything. If I did not do what the pastor wanted me to do, okay, you're free to be honest. Did you ever feel compelled to tell on me?
Of course.
Oh, wait a minute.
I mean, and not.
Wait a minute, who'd you tell?
I didn't tell him anything. I never felt comfortable necessarily talking to him, but like how he was saying, and you actually took it right from my mouth.
Go
So
ahead,
we're on the same page. Pastors have agents, just like the rest of the world. They have agents. So one of his agents was my friend, I thought. So one of his agent was someone I confided in.
Mind you, the agent got really friendly with her because they both played basketball. They both played college basketball together, and they used that as that commonality. So the agent got really good with her. And whenever something went wrong, the agent, how did she make you feel? Did she make you feel you were just comfortable to go and share with her?
Oh, yes, most definitely. And the thing is, she, and I just something to drop to me right now. I have forgot about this. This agent, although I've known of her, I thought she was pretty cool anyway, but not to this degree, not comfortable enough to share to this degree. But this agent, I forgot that technically, I think him and his wife, or no, not his wife, him and someone else recommended her specifically for me and said, I think y'all would get along. I forgot about that. I think y'all get along great because y'all both play basketball. She would understand you. And when I talked to her, she was like me. We were like all down to earth. We just had so much in common. We both played sports. We both talk about our thing, and now we both was transitioning. And we used to be tomboys, and we want to be more feminine and not tomboyish. And it was just so much in common. So then, of course, now this is my new upcoming friend. She calls and check up on me, and it was just the agent, and she was a trap. She was there to collect information, and I didn't know. Obviously, like that, like I confide in you. We're good. She'll say the right things. Ask your husband, can you talk to me? He said yes. So I asked. I got permission.
It sounds like
good.
It's order.
I'm golden. Yes, it's order. She always talked about order to me. So I didn't see it coming. Everything was always ask your husband. You make sure your husband.
But when you confided, what happened?
The one time I remember I had a situation at the house. I didn't even sleep because I couldn't get peace. It was over a couple of days. And it was just really new doctrine that I was just struggling with. I couldn't wrap my mind around how all this, whatever. And something that was presented. And it was not that it was wrong. I just didn't get it. And I was uncomfortable with it. And I didn't know how to take it, how to feel about it. And I said, okay, I need to talk to this friend. Because she always helps straighten that out. She knows more. She's more perfect wife, blah, 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 blah. And I go tell this one. I said, this is between me and you. What am I supposed to do? This is my situation. I can't sleep. Am I tripping? Am I what? How do I do it? Tell me how to work this out. She's like, oh, girl, I'm going to help you through this. This is normal feeling. We all felt this way. Yada, 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 yada. We get a call after I talked to her. I think the next day or the day after.
No, it's the next day.
The next day?
The next day, I get a call from one of the elders. I'll tell you what it was, is that I was looking to add to my house. I didn't have none of their permission. I was looking to add to my house. There was a sister who was fellowship with us. She was already staying in our house because she had some trouble going on in her own personal life. So she was already staying in our house helping out, and I was looking to add.
And I had a problem.
She had a problem with that sister, and the sister had a problem with her in reality.
And that's another reason I had a problem. I couldn't deal with it because the sister said some things that already made me uncomfortable.
This so-called sister who we're helping, bringing her children in our house, said that she wanted her to lose me if the other sister couldn't have her.
If she couldn't have him. So everything was about the situation, but he was considering it, and we got to be whole. And I was having a problem. I couldn't sleep because I'm like, well, should it go this way? And and then your religion and everything, and then you're supposed to do this the proper way. And I was like, if somebody could just help organize my thought, I don't know what I'm supposed to feel, but I don't feel right.
Yep.
So I really intended especially this particular one. I had another incident that I was just wrong, but this one I really intended to just. I didn't know what to do. I was wrong, and I went to her in confidentiality. What do I do? I just said I'm willing to do it, but I'm struggling. Like, this is bad. I'm going through some bad thoughts, everything.
The next day,
this elder called.
I got two elders.
And okay, with apparently two of them, and all this information. I don't even know even fully everything was said, but all this information come out. And I get back on the phone with her, like, what happened to confidentiality? We're friends. He said you could talk to me, because the point is I'm supposed to have one person to confide in, not the whole world knowing your business. And she like, oh, so you gotta understand, the elder, he questioned me. He when he was asking me, because I was really tripping, I was feeling so bad for your situation. I was like praying for you, and I was feeling a certain way, and he called me.
Mind you, Sister T told this sister in complete confidentiality. This sister said it ain't going to go nowhere.
She said it wasn't going nowhere.
It was not. It's not going to go anywhere. I got called the next day by one elder. The day after that by another elder. Both of them telling me, "Oh no, the pastor wouldn't approve of that." Da, 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 da. And I'm sitting there listening to this like, wait. Number one, I'm not asking for his approval. Where did anybody get this idea? Oh, it would affect you and your status in the ministry. I'm sitting there looking like, what does what I'm doing have anything to do with? I didn't ask y'all's permission. I didn't ask, Brother Mark. Brother, I'm gonna get you your pizza. But I wasn't asking anybody's permission in this situation. Nobody. The only person I was going to ask permission for is the Father, because that's what I read in the book. But everyone, oh no, pastor's never going to agree with this. But what? So now I have a problem with her, because it sounds like she didn't like the other sister, so she went to. It sounds like she went to them and just said, "Well, I don't like this woman," and da 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 da. So I'm just sitting there looking at this thing like, and once that door was open, let me tell you, brothers and sisters, that door never shut. That door never shut. Meaning, once they understand that they have an entryway into your home, brothers, they utilize that entryway all the time. You get one. Okay, you can get one. Yeah, don't point at me. I didn't do it. Excuse me. This is what I mean by babies and everything. No, wait here. Let me see it. So we had this this thing going on, and I'm just like, so now they have an entryway into the house, and do you think that okay, so towards the end, when it's kind of known that I ain't about to do shit that they saying. I ain't about to do shit that they saying. If they start to get an understanding of it, they start to understand that it's just not going to go that way. Because there was another story that was going on where there was an elder that was in California, and he was part of the ministry, ordained, all that, had the oil spewed all over the place, all that. And I went to move with him because this elder was well versed in construction, had his own construction company, so he became an elder really fast because he was in construction. And they're well off, they had some yes sir, Brother Morris. They had some paper. They had some paper, and they not only were they had a construction business, but they also were a manager of a decent sized apartment condominium complex. So they ascended really high, really fast. Well, I was told that if I ever wanted to join community, that I would have to go this route of basically, and I moved myself to live with this elder and his family, and I left Sister T and the children back in Southern California. Well, after being there and listening to the elder and his wife, they started telling me the inner workings of that church. They started telling me that they were possibly looking to leave. and they're divulging all the inner workings. I'm talking everything. And I'm sitting here like, so of course I call and I'm telling her, they're saying this, and this. Now, that elder and his wife, their house was not in order anyway. And that's one of the most amazing things when you live with people. You're like, oh shit, this thing's a disaster. In fact, we used to call his wife the elder because she was the one trying to counsel everybody. The brother was more soft spoken, but the wife talked a lot. A lot.
I mean, she even was part of playing a role in
Yep.
marital issues. I remember her telling me, because of course she's the elder's wife over me.
He was the head of California.
Yeah, so she talks to all the sisters, and when you're really seeking out things, that's the hardest thing. There'll be so much damage you can do with just having the wrong information.
Mm-hmm.
When you're really seeking, hey, how do I obey my husband? Yo, you got this 25-year-old marriage, and you're the elder's wife, so y'all must have really chose y'all. And I remember her specifically telling me one day, if your husband, how she put it, if your husband,
it was slick. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was kind of slick. I'm trying to remember word for it. I don't want to put words in my mouth, so I can't quote it 100%. But basically, she told me at certain points, I don't have to listen to him because he's not operating under Yah. Mm-hmm. I think we were talking about his master minute. He's had master minute.
Oh yeah.
Life. But we didn't call him master minute, and I'm sorry. he just talked. You see how he is a live stream? He put it out there.
I ain't saying shit.
Okay, anyway. But, I mean, when he talked, and that's been a hard thing that got to understand. Mm-hmm. He's just passionate. His passion goes, and he can just blah, 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 blah. And I think he's just trying to get people on the same level as him. I was nowhere close, so I'm like, oh, it's a lot. But I thought. But anyway, but, we'll go on. And she was like, if he's just doing that to you, and he's just putting you down in this way, and he's whatever, you don't have to listen to him because that's when he's not operating under God, and he can't do that to you because God wouldn't have whatever. And use some scripture. And the thing is, if I see something written down, it still look right to me because I don't have understanding at this time, but I see it in the Bible, and at that time it's just like, if I see it written down in the Bible, it's true. Mm-hmm. But without proper understanding, everybody can use the Bible.
I think they play on the fact that they know a lot, especially the new ones, and we were new, that they don't have the understanding. So that when you don't have the understanding, it's almost like, I'm going to use this word, but I'm using it very carefully. It's almost like you're a virgin. So you're coming in and you're ready to receive. You're so hungry for the word. You're so hungry for the truth that anything that remotely sounds close to the truth is the truth. And anything that you see off, you give them the benefit of the doubt.
But you think they're really trying to live the truth too? So
yeah.
That's when you do give them the benefit of the doubt of that. And then that messed me up too. In California, we have people over us. Then when I'm dealing with this ministry, and particularly, there's all the people. So you're told, even in this ministry, same like Christianity, but this one really gets you because you think you left what was fake.
Yes.
So now I'm even more open. We done left. I thought we were doing something and I ain't do it, but he brought me out of the Christian church. Now I don't follow nobody out of nowhere. I was even shocked myself that I decided not to go to church. And he said I ain't going back. And I'm like,
said, you can go.
And I'm like, no, I don't want to. You ain't going. I ain't going. But I've never done that. So I was already shocked. Like, you ain't going. I ain't going. So, and I said, what we going to do? He said, we're going to study at home. I think I had a better shot of obeying him better, just sticking with our churches, because I didn't even want to leave the church, but yet I did it. It was just like, I had a bunch of, I don't want to do, I don't think that's right. Okay, I'll do it. I don't want to do, I think that's right. Okay, I'll do it. But when you have people in your ear telling you either you're going to hell, you're disobeying God, like my biggest fear every time, if there's a conflict of interest, okay, what if I'm disobeying God though? Mm-hmm. But
then they play on that with the whole, are you gonna let your husband take you to hell?
Yeah, and then that was big.
We used to hear that all the time. You gonna let your husband take you to hell? And we're just like, what?
You seen people, you can even in the Bible, Ananias and Sapphira did not Sapphira die?
Yep, that story was
used. Ananias, yes. And I used to always say too, I want to follow the husband like how Sarah. But I ain't trying to die because he want to lie either. I don't want to be so stupid that I lie too.
Right.
Like, so it's like, so then where's the balance? How does it work? I don't have the understanding of this stuff yet. I just know that I ain't trying to die because if you want to lie.
Yeah.
But I do want to have that faith to be like, you know what he's doing. He got us. We're just going to be faith. We're going to together. So it's like, where do you find that middle ground? Where's what's right and what's wrong? What am I missing?
Yeah.
And anyway, so it was just like that.
So I'm with this elder, and they're spilling the goods. So the elder and his wife basically tell me that if I listen to this pastor, that I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose my house. That's what they're warning me personally, because apparently at a point in time they had a son that wanted to marry one of the sisters that's no longer part of the faith because she lived on the main community, and the sister ended up running off. But one of the sons was interested in her, and they were trying to give her somebody else. So they told basically them no, that your son's not going to have her. So then they got mad. Well, the wife got mad. She gave me all the goodies, all of them. And then somebody else sprang up in California, and then they made bank. They made bank. They sprung up, and then suddenly they're doing, and we went in fellowship, and the story that they gave him was nothing like the story that they were giving us. So we're fellowshipping, and we heard outright lies, and we're like, but then suddenly now they're doing tithes and offering videos about how people should be tithing, and we're just sitting there like, well, I'm sitting there like, what the hell is going on? This woman's talking about, this when deliverance started to become big, and suddenly this woman's like, yeah, I used to cast out people and sent people on the walls all day long. And we're like,
Christian church.
Yeah, in the Christian church, and we're just like,
pastors too.
Yeah. She said pastor. Too. She was gloating because one of the days she went to a feast day, and she said, yeah, the pastor begged me to come, and mind you, they made a lot of money. The pastor begged me to come, and I went there and got everybody sick. And she was just gloating at what she did.
I remember she said too at the fellowship, what he told everyone, y'all need to go to these people's house. When you go to these people's house, and she says, he may be telling y'all what to do, but he ain't telling me what to do. He tell all the women to wear their head cover. I don't wear my head cover.
She said, do you see me wear my head cover?
I don't wear mine. We were like, she was like, he can't tell. He think he all whatever. He don't mean all that.
They're saying that in front of us.
We're like,
and we're like,
you
wait a minute. These are the people that are being told to make videos and all these bulletins. They're the ones that are supposed to be doing all this. We're hearing all this, and there's so much confusion because the church is promoting this family that is talking shit about them.
And he don't even know that she talks this much crap, because when she's on video with him, she's like, oh, the lovely, wonderful, so and
honorable,
honorable, and same with the other elder's wife. Oh, how you doing, Pastor? Wonderful, honorable. She got the phone like he's full of crap.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my gosh.
So eventually, what ended up happening is I said there was another brother that was fellowshipping with that elder, the rich family and
everybody,
the rich family and the one I was doing so-called deliverance, and then the elder, they didn't like each other because both of the women were very, very loud and both of the men were very, very quiet. So the women were both vying for that head position in California, and we're watching this tuggle. Both of them are talking shit about the ministry. Both of them they're telling us shit. Like, yeah, they really ain't this, they really ain't that, they ain't this, that. We're just like, but then we're told, yeah, you should submit to these people. And I'm like, I ain't submitting to no muff. I ain't submitting to none of this shit, because I know what's going on. What it all ended up being is we actually had a dinner with the rich family and the head of the church. And we saw shit that was just like, I was like, nope. I just left Christianity. My parents were high up in the Christian church. My parents were high up in the Seventh-day Adventist church. High up. If you ever look up Maranatha Seventh-day Adventist Church on Skyline in San Diego, California, my family helped build that. So I understand the inner workings of the tug of war of church and pastors and elders and deacons and deaconess and ushers and the accounting team and the head choir director. I know the internal struggles and all that. I saw it from a child. My best friend was the pastor's son, and I got to see the shit that was going on in my best friend's house. How the pastor was sleeping with women in the church, swept underneath the rug, and the wife was all good with him because they were getting paid. I saw all that shit. So I started to smell like it's feeling like Christianity 2.0 all over again. All over again. Meanwhile, she's having discussions with people in the church, and it always seemed like whenever she spoke to somebody, she would come out of that conversation more rebellious. It always seemed that she came out of every conversation louder, more boisterous, and more rebellious to me every single time. And I saw that same thing with my mother. Now, my mother was also high up in the church. So when the clashing happened, eventually what happened is I said that I was being told, well, that's the only way you're ever going to be on Community. I said, fuck it then. I won't be on the Community. And I came home. And I was told by another brother who had money, who was willing to basically foot our bill for us to join Community. He was speaking for us. And he said, well, if you don't stay up in the Northern California area, then I'm going to blow the whole community up. And he had the money. He had a lot of money. And I said, well, I guess that means that this poor man and his wife and children ain't going to be on Community then ever, because I'm not about to sit here and put my family through this shit when I'm watching shit like this happen. They're talking shit against the very group that they're under, and I'm supposed to follow them. I came back home. That caused problems between me and her, because she really badly wanted to be on Community. She loved the idea of being around sisters and the whole atmosphere, and she loved that idea. I didn't like the idea of losing my freedom. I didn't like the idea of losing my dignity. I didn't like the idea of somebody telling me when I can and can't go. I remember the elder got mad at me because I wanted to buy my own cell phone. And he was like, actually, his wife was like, well, we're supposed to be a miniature community here, which means you can just get a phone and put it on our plan. And I said, I don't want to put my phone on your plan. I have my own family. I want my own phone. And literally, they called the head, the pastor, and were like, yeah, he's doing things. He's not having a very community-minded mindset. I'm reading the Apocrypha. I'm reading what the Bible says, and I want y'all to hear a verse, brothers and sisters. I just turned right to that page. Sirach, chapter 20, or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 20. There is that destroyeth his own soul through bashfulness, and by accepting of persons overthroweth himself. You hear that? There are people that overthrow themselves because you're trying to accept people. I'm a person, if I see shit, I don't pretend like I didn't see it. Whether it be myself, my family, or somebody else. Also, what's another verse? Sirach chapter 4, verse 22. Accept no person against thy soul, and let not the reverence of any man cause thee to fall. You hear that, brother? Let me read that again to you, brother. Accept no person. This is Sirach. The first one I read was Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus chapter 20, verse 22. Now I'm in Sirach chapter 4, verse 22. Accept no person against thy soul, and let not the reverence of any man cause thee to fall. I read that verse over and over again, and over and over again, and over and over again, and I'm just like, I'm literally selling myself out. All this shit that I've lived my whole life, living for what I live for in wickedness. And now I'm going to come to the faith and sell myself out for a couple of shekels and possibly a shovel, a pickaxe, and my children are going to inherit a good pair of working boots. That's what my children are going to inherit. Work boots, a good pair of gloves so they can carry brick, a shovel, a hammer. That's what my children are going to inherit. No, they ain't. Edify the body. Are you in the Apocrypha? Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 4, verse 22. He said, never mind. I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm not gonna lose my house. I've seen too many people come into churches, including that church. And I've seen men struggle. I've seen men fall. And then when they fall, all they do is get shit talked about them. I've watched men leave their wife stay, and their wife literally talk shit on their own husband. All of it is okay and ordained by that church. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like you were saying.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry.
No.
I want to highlight what Palmetto said here. Massa ain't just white folks no more. In fact, brother, I'm gonna say this: the folk that I have seen that try to make me some pussy ass servant look like me. They'll try to tell me that I was made for that. I was made to be. That's what I'm supposed to be. You're supposed to be a good servant. I am a good servant. I serve the Most High, but I ain't gonna serve your ass. I will not serve your ass. Ever. And if that shit's offensive and you can call me whatever you want to call me. I serve the Most High Yah. So go peddle that bullshit to somebody else. Go ahead. This is about to get personal now. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like he was saying earlier, the thought that I said, I was just thinking that any of these voices that you're hearing from somewhere, especially in a group or ministry setting, if everyone's bought and paid for, especially those who's closest to a person,
yep.
If you are trying to get what's right, you're not going to get it through the people that is tightly connected to these people.
That's
because
right.
They are agents of these people.
That's right.
And if the enemy have agents, they're using the same tactics. Like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. So if there's nothing new under the sun, if Willie Lynch figured out from the enemy how to make this happen, he probably used the Bible to help him find it. Because exactly in his letter, the exact scriptures in the Bible, I seen it.
Yep.
So
his words are almost direct scriptures from the book, from Ephesians.
From Ephesians, James,
yep.
How to use people through manipulation, through envy, through jealousy. These are how you get, this is what's guaranteed to work. The Bible literally, I read the scripture literally myself, where it says if these things are involved, it's basically a guarantee. And that's what the book was telling us to be on watch for.
Yes.
So they use that against us. Well, why would someone who knows how to, a master manipulator, who knows how to run a group of people or a lot of group of people, they have experience in this stuff. The reason why they're so experienced and tactful and so successful is because they use the information. They're not going to create new information to do this. That's not guaranteed to work. What's guaranteed is already in the book. It's already been proven and it's already been done. Right. There's nothing new in the sun. So they just rehash it, put the little colors, they fill in the where maybe another person may have messed up. Okay, over here they screwed up, they fill in that part. And they just keep redoing it, and they're trying to get this perfected version of it. But there's a version for each person. So
whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Hispanic, whether there's a version for you that'll make you a slave.
Yeah. And so you think they just take the fact that they know you're looking for Yah. So religion take the people who really want to find Jesus, and then they, the world, the people who want to find Jesus, they got a club for you. They got stars over here for you. I mean, our he calls it overlapping themes. He said they're gonna get you one way or the other. They're gonna use this, and then if this group don't fit, they're gonna find something. They're gonna find a set of clothing that fits you. So they may not get you with this one, but then they have this one that sticks out a little bit further, and then they have another one that sticks out a little bit further, and you're going to fit under one of them, and they don't care which one you fit under. They don't care if they get you with the all things in common. They don't care if they get you with the polygyny. That seems to be the big one right now. Oh, yeah. Throw polygyny out there, and you're going to get a bunch of dudes who want to listen to you because you had the guts to say it. Yeah, you're going to get the men. So a bunch of men run around, oh, man, I want pussy. I want a lot of pussy. So polygyny is for me. I've seen people, they weren't Kemet. They weren't Egyptology. They still believe in Kemet Egyptology. But I listen to this guy because he's talking about polygyny. I'll even go, I've talked with them. I'll even go to the feast days just so I could
be around some pussy and possibly land me another wife. This shit is not make believe. They know what they're doing. In fact, I'll put this out there. This whole Hebrew Israelite thing is just rehashed. This whole awakening has happened, I don't know how many times before in history. Whatever happened to Kyrie Irving and that whole story? Anybody? Oh, the Great Awakening. Oh, you know who you are now. Oh, Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving is before that it was Amari Stoudemire. For those of you my NBA, people. Carmelo Anthony. There was Nick Cannon. I mean, when we first came into the faith, we talked to your cousin, her cousin, who talked about being a black Hebrew Israelite, what, a couple decades ago?
Yeah, she was saying actually, when her and her husband, they had a child. So anyways, they were talking about their divorce. So what happened to how y'all didn't work out? And she was like, oh, yeah, I understand y'all. We were black Hebrew Israelites. I'm like, we're not black Hebrew Israelites. But she's like, no,
we're not. Yeah, we are not black Hebrew Israelites, by the way.
She was just saying, yeah, we were black Hebrew Israelites. My husband was a black Hebrew Israelite. And she said, when we divorced, part of the reason we divorced is because I missed family. She said, the black Hebrew Israelites got all this, whatever. She said, and I missed my family. And then there was all these things you had to do as a black Hebrew Israelite. And she left. I didn't really understand what she was talking about. Oh, but I understand it now.
Yeah, we get it now. This is just another, all these awakenings that you're hearing about, it's just rehashed over and over again. Every so often it's almost like the elite, the powers that be, bring it out there and say, all right, feed these dumb niggas some shit. Let's get them all hyped up. Let's make a story out of no story and pretend like somebody's being awakened. So what happened to Kyrie Irving's awakening? What happened to it? What happened when Amari Stoudemire came out? He's going back to Israel.
Remember Amari Stoudemire, we heard before.
That was years ago.
Right. It was just when we just was getting started, and we just started. He was keeping the Sabbath.
Yes.
And we're like, Sabbath? We just start keeping the Sabbath.
Yep.
So it really seemed like something big, but they don't ever stop doing what they're doing.
This stuff is rehashed. It's a cycle. This fake awakening just for everybody to go back asleep. Everybody gets hyped up about something. The people fall off, and then we go on like normal again.
DMX.
Yep, yeah, DMX. There was another one, DMX. So many, and whenever one of these so-called, because we are not a black Hebrew Israelite, but whenever these so-called black Hebrew Israelites wake up, everyone claps on board. There's a bunch of videos made about it. People pack up their shit and go to Africa so they get chased down by a bunch of dudes with machetes. It's about money. Just like the whole 400-year awakening, the return back to, what was it? 1 year was Nigeria. Then it was what was the
where everybody get this shit?
Oh God.
That's how I remember it. Everybody get that shit from
Ebony. What's that country? That everybody going back to Africa now? Ghana.
Everybody get that shit, but our shit butter says from Ghana.
Everybody went back. Everybody's going back to Ghana. It's like every year a new country in Africa uses this as an opportunity to make money. And they're making money the same way these pastors make money, especially in the black church, off of dumb niggas and silly single women. They're the ones funding all this shit.
And they're using too the lack of direction that you have. Like
where there is no vision, the people perish.
And that's what they're. So you see how powerful that is. If you don't have a vision, or you don't have a direction, or you're searching for something, like they know that black people in general, you're constantly looking for something because you don't fit anywhere, you don't really belong anywhere, you're always less, you're always this. So you need something, and it's like they're trying to.
That's why in the inner cities you have gangs. Then you got drug dealers. There was the Black Panther Party. There was I was talking to Sister Taylor. Whatever happened to the Million Man March? You had a bunch of niggas buy cross trainer shoes and went for long ass walks. What came of it?
A good workout.
A good cardio burn. That's the only thing that came out of that Million Man March. So you see all this stuff taking place, and you're just like, they're selling. So now you have the black church, which is, you can call it the Hebrew Israelite church, whatever you want to call it. And what do you see? The same thing. So certain churches say, well, we don't want to be labeled as a Black Hebrew Israelite church because somebody's already got that cornered. So we're going to invite white people into our church so they can make more money because everybody knows niggas don't pay tithes and offerings like that. I'm just keeping the shit real right now. Go ahead.
That we were saying there's another ministry we were particularly talking about that we dealt with. Remember, there was an exposing video from another ministry.
Yes.
Who believes in more Black and Latinos being a part of them.
Yes.
And not necessarily white people, but anyways, they're exposing and they're fighting the ministry. And one, they gave props on one thing to this ministry we're talking about, and they go, even I know that this man got, at least he got this part right. He said he was smart enough to at least invite white people in this church. He said, because even my group is full of Black people and full of Latinos.
They don't pay.
He said, these people don't pay nothing. They just as cheap. They're the cheapest people. They don't ever get no money. They're the stingiest, but they always want something. He said, I got a church full of people that always want something. He said, at least the other one was smart. He got some white folks in there, and then white people would want to give all the money. And we were just looking like, are you kidding me? Like, it's so sad. Like, they got it cornered. They knew exactly what
everybody. It's like the hood, and where every set has a corner. And you don't cross over to their corner. You stay on your block. You stay on your on your lane or your street or your cul-de-sac. You stay there, but you don't ever cross it. That's what they're doing. So everybody's got their own little sets and their own little corners that they hang their hat on. Some hang their hat on, purple and gold, and some hanging on red and black. Some hanging on communities. Some hanging on we're the chosen people. Some hanging on going back to Africa. Everybody's hanging it, and everybody, just like the streets, is finding but nobody is just simply going to the book and hanging their hat on that. Nobody's doing that part. So these people say, well, we got white people. And I'm like, well, my brothers and sisters are white and Black and Hispanic, and I got some Brazilian brothers, I got some Argentinian brothers, I got some brothers that live in South Africa, I got brothers that live in Ghana, I got brothers that live in Europe. We're brothers and sisters. What are you talking about? But you know that they're pushing that white thing because they know if we can get white people in and they're going to give better than Black folks do. They know that. And that's the game they play. Just like the Black church, when you see in the Black church, if you see a husband and wife, who's the one giving the offering?
The wife.
It's the wife.
The
we saw that, what was that Kirk Franklin song? Where when the man pulls out like a $20 bill, she grabs the wallet and reaches in and grabs a whole stack of cash and puts it in there.
Did he even pull out a 20?
She didn't pull out a 20. She pulled out a stack of cash from her husband's wallet and had that look like, nigga, you better get more than that.
Give to God. He taken from Jesus.
Now you know why they go after these women. It's the same reason why William Lynch did. Let's go to the book. 2 Timothy chapter 3.
I'll say they just followed the blueprint of the Bible.
They just
the enemy went after Eve. They're going to continue to use the same method.
Yep. 2 Timothy chapter 3. Starting at verse 1. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men, and that men is talking about us, men, shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of Elohim, having a form of godliness. You see that in today's churches. They have a form of godliness. They'll tell you to put a skirt on. Sister. Put a head covering on. Sister. It's a form of godliness. But where's the power of it? Where's the power of this godliness? Just because you can sweep divorces under the table don't mean that that your record's perfect. Just because every time a family breaks up, you say, well, whoever left is wicked. That's why they left. So you don't count that? I'm not going to count that because that he left, so he's wicked. She left, so she's wicked. How about we look at the fact that these families are being broken up? For of this sort are they For of this sort are they which creep into houses. Brother, these cats are creeping into your home. I had to look up the word creep. Who's this in that song? Is it creep?
TLC.
Yeah,
creep.
just keep it on the down low. Nobody
Supposed
else supposed to know. Oh, so I creep. Yeah. They don't know what I do, or some like shoe or something like that. What's the rest of the song? You know it.
I don't know the whole song.
Oh, what's the chorus?
You just said it. Pretty
No,
much.
just sing it.
I don't know.
You-
So I creep. Yeah, just keep it on the down low, and nobody is supposed to know. Oh, so I creep something, cause I don't think they do it like I do.
Yeah.
And I just skipped the rest of the song.
Oh.
Oh, so I creep.
Oh, why.
So they cheat. You're going to hell.
Yeah.
Because you are the adulteress. I don't know.
For this is the sort which creep into houses and lead captive, silly women laden with sins, led away by various lusts. They're coming after you, sisters. They're coming after you. Creep is the Greek word 1744, and it means to put on, to envelop in, to hide in, to put on clothing or to clothe with a garment. To creep into, insinuate oneself into. That means they put themselves into your household. They put themselves, brother, they make themselves a viable part of your household. Now, let me tell you something. How, brothers, okay, let me say this. Brothers, if you listening, can you type in a 4 in the chat? Can I get a 4 in the chat? Not a 4, because some of y'all probably don't understand what I just said. Can you put a 4 in the chat? Look at Brother Jay Morris, also known as trespassing. That's exactly it, brother. All right, my brothers. If a person runs your finances, is he part of your household? Come on now. If another dude takes your paycheck, is he part of your household? That's a yes or no question. If another dude, after you purchase your land, takes your deed, is he part of your household? If another dude tells you what you have to do when you wake up in the morning and when you go to bed, is he part of your household? Edify said technically he's part owner. Jay Moore said he's your master. He is not just part of your household, he has taken charge of your household. Palmetto said you are part of his. He's taken over your household and made your household his household. Look at that. Edify said, actually, I am part of his if he takes my deed. Narrow Way Path said, you are technically his property at this point. Brother, my beloved brother, I said, shit, he owns you. So today, the end time spirit has gotten so bad that these cats aren't even creeping into your household. They are taking over your household. As my brother said, you are now part of his household. That's when they say, well, yeah, household of faith. Shut up.
Well, they got a scripture for everything.
Yeah, you do.
Or keep saying. They just take it and they just use it. They just take advantage of you. You're like, oh, didn't he all tell us to all become servants? Yep. And you're like, oh, If I don't become a servant, God told me to be a servant.
Yep.
And they ain't telling you no. We're
Yep.
serving us.
Verse 6 in a BBE version, basic Bible English version says, he makes prisoners of foolish women. So that word captive women, he makes prisoners of foolish women. This man comes into the house and makes prisoners out of dumb women. I had to say it that way. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, bud. It's sad. I'm gonna say what it's sad when people willfully hand themselves over to servitude to another man. Narrow way path, it absolutely is. Because when you hand yourself, when that brother, as all these men have said, all these brothers, all these preeminent, dominion-orientated men have said, when he takes over your household, guess who else he took over, brothers? Guess who else he took over? He took over your wife. He took over your wife, which is why your wife starts looking at him. Did you ever feel that he had authority in any sort of way that he should, that now you understand he should not have had?
And now I understand.
Mm-hmm. Like, did you ever feel like he had authority in our house?
To a degree, yeah. I didn't think he had, just because the way you were, I didn't think he had full authority. But not only that I think he did, I at one point felt you gave him a level of authority too. I literally looked at you as if you gave him authority, and then I saw you toward the end, it looked like what you were doing was taking it back because you were saying, oh, I didn't know it was about this, But by then,
hold on. You hear that, brothers? She said she felt like I gave over my authority. So if I give over my authority, what is your wife going to do? If your wife watches, I'm going to keep this shit real. If your wife watches you bend over and take it, you might just be taking it and turn and look over, and you might see your wife bend over right next to you. I had to put it in a graphic way so you could be offended. You could be mad.
May I say a couple of things that will just to be helpful?
And the children will follow suit. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, brother.
If they get around your children long enough, they'll be doing the same thing. The children will learn to look past who they're supposed to look past and look at the same person. I remember a few visits because he comes off very strong.
Palmetto said, keep that thought. Any man that exerts any form of authority over my wife and children will not be heard from by his mother again. That's why I love Palmetto.
That's how it should be, but I think you have to be aware first what things, because I don't think everybody always know you're giving over your power. You don't know when you think you're following Yah. You're trying to follow Yah. That's the goal. They're getting the fact that you want to follow Yah so bad. And Yah does cause you to give over yourself to him. So they know you don't know the difference. And that's the problem. And the thing is, just like Eve, I think it's forgotten. Women, like our master always say, it's not, women are the weaker vessel. They're not weak, but they are still mentally and spotting these things. We are still much weaker. We're not seeing that. They know what to get women, flattery, use other women. They'll boast y'all up like in that place. They'll even do things that like prop up the husband when the whole goal is to get the wife. And I know that for a fact. I remember a few incidents where I knew for a fact that I looked at you different as far as your and then the pastor explained my back thought. I remember I was frustrated about the working conditions in the house. Like, if he was just and I could do this, blah blah blah, and I was very, very frustrated. And I remember a sermon he said, your wife maybe looking at me, and I'm like, I ain't looking at you. But he go, but if some of these y'all men are jealous because your wife looking at me, but she's supposed to be looking at you. So here, he's playing into he's telling you supposed to look at you. Yeah, and hold on. Did you hear that? Brothers, did you catch what she just said? That she heard her sermon. Your wife is looking at me, but she should be looking at you.
which means he knows that he is operating and speaking in a way that your wife is looking at him.
I remember the exact sermon. He goes, if you men, they want to look at you, but if you men don't do what you're supposed to do, and I remember that's something very similar that me and him was just talking about. Well, if you would just do this, you're a part of this, and I could do this, and we could be fine. And he's like, you'll do this, then your wife be looking at you more. She wants to do your strength. I'm like, yeah, I want to look at you.
Hear what he said?
That's what I'm trying to do.
He wants the wife to look at you. Doesn't that sound like a master talking to his servants?
He's trying to tell, like, oh, see, he's letting them know he's trying to do this. But I remember something. So those things happened. I remember he was like, okay, in the sermon. And then I remember one of the times the pastor was going to call, and you were excited.
And of course, when that happens, when the pastor says that, everyone's like, yeah, hallelujah. And he doesn't ever recognize that the pastor just said, I know y'all women, your women brothers are looking at me. And then that's when they pull the whole jealousy and envy, and you're just jealous and jealous and jealous and jealous. Like, I ain't jealous.
And they know you're gonna play. They're playing with everybody's emotions. Like, everybody's getting hit. Really, when they do all this stuff, it's hitting everybody just in a different way. And I remember telling him when we moved here, when he started taking care of things on his own, when he got really serious, and I, trying to be serious before, but he would even say, yeah, sometimes I just got caught up in this, whatever, but he got really, like, I asked y'all for another chance, I didn't want to ruin it, blah, 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 and he got really serious. When he started doing stuff, and I now saw he relate him taking care of us. When we were part of this ministry and he's on the phone and I hear him all excited, like, there's times that I actually look bad at the pastor because all he kept talking about Jezebel. I ain't like, get really upset because everything was women bad. I'm like, he always talking about women, but then he's over there like, yeah, well, why you cheering your pastor on? I'm over there like, yeah, you cheering him on, so then I should be cheering him on. You doing it? You because you so happy he talking about me, so then I should be listening to him. I remember times that I would ask him questions and he was mad, like, go watch pastor's video. Okay, you told me to go to pastor.
How about this? I would send the link to the video to her. And like, tune in or look at the 27-minute and 16-second portion. That's you. I used to do that, trying to prove a point. So all I did was put another man in front. So who is she gonna respect? When it comes to correction, who's she gonna receive it from, brother? She ain't going to receive it from me because all I'm ever doing is putting somebody else in front of don't put me in front of your wife. If your wife don't listen to you, brother, you got a problem. You have a much bigger problem. So I used to always throw up his videos to her.
Link, music. But let me tell you something. So the reason I want to say this portion is so important so you don't make the same mistake, or at least you can stop. Because there's a stop and put it. You can put your family back in line, but it does take work. Once you let it in again, you're an unsuspecting mind. You don't know what's happening to you per se. You're just like, oh, I'm following y'all, blah blah blah. But I remember crying. I remember I told this sister I was telling you that I confided in this with her, and then I confided in this to my his dad's mother, and I told her the one thing that made me disrespect him more than anything. Like, there are times, and so this is just to be open and honest, right? So you get it. Because lying ain't gonna get you nowhere. It's already open. I remember I lost respect for him multiple times. I always cry. I don't want to disrespect this man, but I feel disrespect and dishonor to him. Number one, when I wanted help from him, I don't know how many times he pointed me because he had an attitude with me or he's angry somewhere else. I hate that. I've hated that since I've been with him. Anytime he's done it, I said, so what's the point of you? You want to tell me what to do, but then you want me to go to somebody else to take care of me. I don't like that. I remember many times I asked biblical help because he's mad. Pastor, so-and-so, this person, go to them. So why are you mad at me? You want me to listen to you, but you want them to give me all the good stuff, and I get nothing from you.
Or go call sister so-and-so.
Go call this person. I'm like, that's what you always do. Majority of the time, your attitude leads you to tell me to go ask my grandma for something. Go ask the pastor for something. Go ask the sister for something. If I'm asking all of them and they have to provide for me, I've always felt that way. Why? If they're providing for me, you're telling, because that's how I know you care about me. So they're telling me.
Hold on. You're saying some good stuff right now. See, brothers, See, in today's society, when you hear the word provide, our minds have been trained by this westernized society to immediately mean,
Money.
say it again,
Money.
money. But did you hear the context in which she said provide? She wasn't talking about financial. She was talking about spiritual. She needs the provisions of her husband in guiding and leading her. So sure, I can go out and make all the money I want to, but who's providing the spiritual guidance? We've been so trained into thinking providing is strictly going out and making money and paying the bills. And that's a very feminine perspective of the word provide. The word says provide food, clothing, and conjugal rights. And say what kind of food, what kind of clothing, and covering also. But we hear that word in this westernized context, and we think we've got to make a ton of money in order to provide for our wives, children. But we neglect attention. We neglect teaching. We neglect guidance. We neglect leadership. We neglect biblical teaching, and we give them somebody else to do all that shit because we spend so much fucking time trying to make a dollar. And there's nothing wrong with making a dollar. Let me get that. You need to make that money, but that's not the end all be all. So, in my trying to provide financial or building, I neglected the spiritual, the leadership. So she had a question. Can I answer it? And as Brother Lamar said, and if you don't have an answer to that question, let her know. I'm going to study that, and I'm going to get back to you. But when you sit her, if you just feel that your job is, and this all these teachers give you the perception of thinking, is that your job is to make money, give it to them, give it to your pastor, give it to the choir, give it to, you make the money, you give it away. But they never really push the whole, because they don't want you to lead that way. They really don't want you to lead that way. Continue what you were saying.
I was just gonna say that, the biggest offense, and an offense that remained in my heart a long time, even if I try to get over it, and when I see it and recognize it again, it's the same hurt. And it's just one of those things, like, if you have all this authority, like, my life is supposed to be in your hands. So my life, my salvation, my this, you want all that. I want to give it to you. But what I get back from it, it's one thing to say I have to discipline you. It's one thing that I have to punish you because you are disorderly. I can get with that. But not at the expense of, you're telling me to figure out how to give you this top respect. You have my soul in your hand, and you want this top honor and respect, but I can't get from you. I have a problem. I need your help. Go over here. Or I'm mad at you. Your attitude says to me, so you can tell me, because I'm mad at you, I don't want to train you. I don't want to cover you. I don't want to do this. What are you talking about? This part of the job. So you're telling me when the job gets hard, I'm going to pawn you on somebody else, but you better respect me to the highest level. How is my soul? How am I safe? I'm not safe. I'm sorry. I love you. And then you're wondering why I'm confused. I'm confused because I'm trying to find safety. I have to give you everything. Do you understand that? And if I have to give you everything, I can't go off of you're mad at me and you're pawning me elsewhere. How does that make me feel safe? I'm like, if I'm going to let you do all this and I have to willfully do all this, then at least I need to know that you're going to have my back. I don't want to wait until we had a problem and you like, I'm mad at you, so you got to go find somebody else. What the? It's so the thing, but
and they know this. They know this has happened.
Oh,
they know, and they're playing on this. You have to understand, they creep. So they're waiting for some sort of information, some sort of, especially brothers, especially if the problem is you. Because if the problem is you, if there's, and I'm not saying the whole problem, it could be you slipped up somewhere. Now they can play that, and they're playing that on the weaker vessel. They can use your mess up. We all mess up. They'll use your mess up in front of your wife to make her feel unsafe. Then guess who swoops in?
Oh, they do. They're the savior.
They're the savior.
You know, another thing about community at that time. Now, I am against all this stuff now. This is where I was for what I knew. The more he reveals more of the stuff, I'm like, whoa. But I'm gonna reveal this one too. Community. One of the reasons I pushed when he first said we were supposed to join community, he was with it. So that's what started the whole thing. I didn't know anything about it, didn't care anything about it initially. But once we could start getting into it, then I did, because I like fellowship and I wanted to be around and I thought that was the right thing, yada yada. I then sought and held on to the idea of community because I didn't feel safe anymore. I lost safety. I knew I will have the battle one day. See, I see him trying. I know he could do this. He's this great guy. He's dealing with a lot of stuff, and I will be that, and I feel that, and everything in me is support, support, support.
But then she turns on YouTube, and guess who's the one telling everybody that he taught all these men how to build?
Oh, yeah, this guy.
This guy is up here saying, yeah, I taught all these brothers how to build. I built this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that's in front of your wife. Now, your wife wants you to be that, but you're not capable of doing that, and somebody else is telling them that they're doing it.
And they make men. They make strong men. And if at the time your man ain't strong, it sounds good, right? Well, you need to go get in front of this man because he makes strong men, and you at this time ain't strong. And I'm looking for you to be strong, and you're being weak. I'm not safe when you are not strong. And it's strong in the right way, because strong, sometimes people get all this over aggressive, feel like that's strong. It's like, no, really, you just seem like you're trying to argue your way into this authority when you ain't got to do all that. All you got to do is leave the house.
Now, the reality is this. There ain't no excuse for a woman doing what she's doing. Yeah. There ain't no excuse for the woman to ever do it, because, see, women also like that position of power. When they get that position, when they know they have the ear of their pastor and their elder, they're going to use it. And if they don't like where you're going, which is what I ended up having to experience, is I don't like where he's going, so I'm calling an elder. I don't like where you're going or where you're taking the family, so I'm telling on you. That's what the whole Willie Lynch letter was about. They'll play on the whole, well, the insecure, because I hear that stuff. I don't necessarily believe it all when people talk like that, because how do you explain then the rebellion? How do you then explain the talking back? Insecurity is not an excuse for disobedience. There were many times the children of Israel were not secure. And most of the times they were not secure, it was because they were disobedient.
Can I speak on that part?
Oh, that's good. But Palmetto said, wives, when your husband is wrong, that's on him. But when you're wrong, that's on him too. Absolutely. And Father Bible said, pastor speaking, if my wife has a problem, I tell her, go to the elders. Well, let's get real. His wife never goes to the elders. Right. The Bible tells us men to be the head of our home, not for another man, not for a woman, us. So I take the responsibility of knowing that I led this way. But once I found out it was a mistake, and I started to try and correct it, it was too late. Because just like most religions, when a woman gets hold of that pastor, it's in the Willie Lynch letters. He knows where the power is, and he knows where he can go. If he wants information, who did Satan go, or the snake speak to? He didn't go to Adam for a reason. So anything can make, and it says that you gotta pay attention to this, anything can make you insecure. Anything can. You cannot allow that to be the reason why. The reason why I did this is because I was insecure. That's like a man saying, well, the reason why I went out and did this is because I was insecure. I mean, I ask men all the time, and I ask men and women when I counsel them. I said, women, if your husband acted the same emotional way you do, would you be okay with that? Would you be okay if he acted completely irrational and out of line and did some of the craziest shit that you've done, would you be okay with that? And most of the women are, no, I wouldn't put up with that shit. Right. So I want to fix that because I want to make sure that everybody understands there is never a reason. I don't care if you're insecure. I don't care if this, that, and the other, because there's a lot that goes on within the, especially when you take somebody somewhere and now you're bringing them out of it, and now they're kicking and screaming because they want to stay. It's difficult. It's a difficult task. Palmetto said he went to the weakest point of the defenses, the weaker vessel, the subordinate. Then Adam allowed her to convince him to do something foolish. That's right. He went to where he knew he could get in. Even if the woman didn't feel insecure, that snake knew how to speak to it to make her feel insecure. I have seen men who are working their asses off, but maybe they're not making $50,000 a year. Maybe they're making 40. Then the pastor will come in and say, well, your man ain't shit because he ain't making $50,000 a year. Does that mean he's not working? No. Does that mean that he's not working hard? No. Does that mean that he's not putting in the time and the effort? No. What it means is that that pastor or whoever it is, it could be anybody, came in and established a standard. And, if a man really loved you, he would take care of you. Or I've heard men say, a real man doesn't make, does not let his wife work. And I sit back and I question that, like, a real man doesn't let his wife work. Can somebody show me that verse in the Bible? Somebody show me that verse in the Bible. Because it sounds to me that that's a man creeping into another man's household. Is there a law that says that I'm unaware of?
And they try to make you feel like you're not part of the faith if your wife works because she's supposed to be a chase keeper.
There it is. Home. They use that chase keeper at home.
You're not a part of the faith.
You're not part of the faith if she's working. And I've said this: if you have, wait, look, I'm gonna see if you send from his comments. Narrow way path. It is on fire today. Where is she most valuable, Brother Jay Morris? The man can't determine that because the pastor came and said that any man that has his wife work is weak.
And another thing that they'll play on with that one is the man could be doing his best or providing. You see him, he's constantly, grinding, going up, he's going up. And the wife won't even initially even have that thought of a complaint, like she ain't been taken care of. But the more people you have that's in front of you, and like, oh, in order to take care of your wife, it's like this, like that. Then now the wife, because her eyes is wandering, well, this woman gets to this and this, and her husband feels she's so important. So now you somehow feel less when you were doing just fine. You didn't care. You were happy. Y'all were doing whatever. Everything's fine. And then now, because you don't line up with this standard, you're like, oh, you ain't taking care of me now. It ain't enough. And it becomes nothing.
That's exactly what it is. It's exactly that. They just create new doctrines. And if you're a man and you're starting, unless you make millions and you're giving it to, or giving pastor access to some of that money, then you can have. I've heard people say, well, you can't take another wife. Well, why not? Because you don't make enough money. Well, of course I don't make enough money if I work and give it to you. Of course I don't make enough money. Well, if you impress me enough, then I'll give you another wife. That's really what it is. You have to impress me, then I'll grant, because I'll see all the single sisters are under the church. So no sister is going to get married unless the church says so. And then when a sister says, you know what, y'all don't really have a path for me to get married. Now she's rebellious. Now she's Jezebel. Now she's going against the leaders and the leadership. Now she's going to hell, basically.
That's what it is.
Basically, now you're going to hell.
I'm a spiritual father, and God gave you to me to help you. It always has this big help. And then when you don't do what they want, you're the Jezebel, you're the worst person on planet, and now you're going to hell.
I've heard of brothers who were working, and their wife was working, and they were so thankful for their wife working because they were able to procure land a year or two ahead of him just working. That was where she was most valuable, and she was making $80,000-$90,000 a year, and maybe he was making $50,000. So he's gonna pull her out to have her at home to take care of their child when they worked out a system where he can be home and then she can be home. And the child got homeschooled, but because they went to a particular ministry, the woman and her 90K is now at home all the time with the child, and he is trying to pay and get land on 50K. And I was like, brother, why'd you pull her out of work? Well, because, a man, I have to provide and I have to this. And I was like, brother, please do me a favor. What is it, brother? What is it? Can you read Proverbs 31? What does it sound like she was doing? Did you know that Rachel actually took care of her father's sheep? Know that? Who said that the woman cannot work? And then here comes the other argument. Well, that means she's submitting to another man when she goes to work. Says who? So does that mean that when she gets in the car and drives the speed limit, she's submitting to the cops? Does that mean that when she goes to the store and decides, I'm actually going to pay for the goods that I put in my cart, she's submitting to the Walmart CEO?
She has to wait in line.
Yeah, she has to wait for her turn. Does that mean she's submitting to the person to tell her? Those are straw man arguments that they use to get, see, because when they teach that to women, then all the women immediately, all of them want to stay home. 95% of these women don't know what the hell they're going to do at home. They've never been at home. They've never had the training. But, sisters, when you're at home, guess you have a ton of time to do?
Be idle and start sinning.
Be idle, sin, and listen to the teachings. You get to listen to all the videos now. Now, some other man's in front of you. So they'll tell you you can't submit. You're submitting to your boss at work while you turn on the YouTube channel and you're catching up now with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years of videos. You're watching 8 hours of following Yahshua a day. Then your husband comes home and he can't figure out why your mind is kind of jacked up because I said something that your husband does not do in his house, but because you like me. See what happens?
And you'll start thinking too that
husband's
because
wrong.
He's a man of, following Yeshua's a man of Yah, and Yah, you'll start thinking of how Yah positioned him. So he gotta be right, or he gotta know what he's talking about, and maybe your husband is not caught up to speed on something, and it'll really mess you up. They want you there to listen to them.
Yep. Let me put this up there. Sister New World. Bless you, Sister New World. She said, isn't the woman more valuable by her husband's side no matter what the need?
Oh,
maybe.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. But you see, they creep into the household and they take the household hostage. Because these same people will say, well, in the olden days, the olden days, the women didn't go to work. Well, in the olden days, the pastors didn't go to Cracker Barrel. So what the hell are you talking about?
In the olden days, too, the whole thing was different.
Everything's different.
Like this. This is like bringing, when everybody wants to talk about the restoration. We're in the restoration. All right. So since we're in the restoration, now that everyone is coming from everywhere. They already done messed up their life. People done sinned, and he's pulling everybody out of all their sin.
Yep.
And the restoration may mean now your wife is in position when the olden days they weren't making 90K.
Right.
Being a nurse. Well, now your wife's a nurse, so use the 90K.
Right.
He done bless you with bring you back together and using the things you can.
And Father Body said, in the olden days, there were no pastors. Tell the truth, brother. Tell the truth.
They probably wasn't begging everybody, hey, y'all bring all y'all information to me. And this.
I don't see in the olden days where everyone came and laid their possessions at the feet of the elders. I don't see that in the olden days either.
And in the older days too, people was told not to cross over everyone's boundary line.
Yes.
So sure what it was is sitting up and here's the thing, there's a ministry we came from. This is how confusing it really can be. This is a mind, you gotta think about this, but you don't, you're gonna be messed up. They tell you in one way, men should talk to men. You and the husband should be at it. Men should talk to men. So then why are you got all the people's wives on speed dial?
Oh,
even if
shit.
it's through a sister. They're on speed dial. You got literally a list
And
of stuff
and that's how they
on
play the
speed dial,
game.
and they play
They
you.
play that game of, well, we're not talking to the women.
She is.
She is. Well, no, she's just telling you what she's just telling her what you told her to say. So that's like me saying, and I'm gonna use brother Jay Morris. I'm gonna use you for this example, brother, and your wife, if you don't mind, brother. That's like me saying, I'm trying to get into brother Jay Morris's house. So I'm not talking directly to Sister K Morris. You're talking to Sister K Morris with a message that I told you to tell her.
Mhm.
So that when Brother Jay comes to me and says, hey, why are you talking to my wife for? I'm going to say, I'm not talking to your wife, brother. Sister T is talking to Sister K. They're fellowshipping together. Why? Is there a problem? Is there something you have to hide? Sounds like cops when they pull you over. Can I search your car? No. You got something you're hiding? Hell yeah, I'm hiding it. Whatever it is, it's hidden. So they play that game of it's sisters talking to sisters. That's honestly, I'm gonna be real. That's also one of the reasons why I cut off the whole sister once a week live streams they were doing. I mean, one, we were too busy, but number two, I was like, it was after they talked to Brother David. You know, Brother David said that an old pastor he had used to talk to the women in the church. They had a men's Bible study, then they had a women's Bible study. But the women's Bible study were the same notes that the men's Bible study had. The wife was just teaching the women the same thing that the pastor was teaching the men. So the women are still being taught by the pastor. It's just real sneaky through the wife. Well, I didn't want that. Most High was convicting me in that, and even though that's not what I was doing, it was still the conviction of that's wrong. That's wrong. A sister's fellowship is different than the sisters sitting down and listening to you talk to them, because you're talking to them based on my household, not their household. What women should really be telling other women is, hey, obey your husband. And you don't need a long ass Bible study to have to say that. You don't need a once a week to say, sisters, obey your husband. I saw Brother Jay Morris said up here, where is it? Biblically, who's responsible for bringing a woman up to maturity? The Bible says husbands nourish and cherish, or a man will nourish and cherish his wife like he does his body. The word nourish is to raise up to maturity. The word nurture, to raise up to maturity. So the husband's job is to raise his wife up to maturity. The father protects the wife, makes sure she does not get defiled, and then the husband raises her up into what he wants in his wife, what need he has in his home. That's what the husband does. So where does the pastor fit in all that?
He just here to bring confusion, separation, and stuff. Because that's every experience I've had with a pastor, especially the last one, when you bring it into your interface.
I'm sorry, don't forget that. Brother Lamar said a guy I used to fellowship tried to use his wife to get my wife to leave me. Fish, you're saying, and then I want you to tell that story about what you were told.
I was trying to remember.
I'm trying not to be Alex Jones.
Okay. I was saying the pastors are here. I know that you believe that everybody just got this spiritual benefit. Everybody's about Yah. Well, actually, that thought was too long. So I'm gonna jump.
Okay.
The same thing happened to me, but they were using their favorite. They got their people that work for them, women that work for them too, and they don't up their game. You know, they don't only use their wives anymore. They use multiple people wives because their wife sometimes can be too obvious. You like your husband, don't you? I'm learning that one.
Right.
But what about your so and so's wife? You didn't know I use her, or I use brother so and so over here's wife. They're using the women who are all connected to them. Remember, they own the pastor owns the elders.
Yep.
All 20 of them. I just made up that number. All 20 of them. That means there's 20 other women at least, at the very least. And if they got multiple of them, then you got 40. You got that many women who could be speaking into your ear and they're all doing the bidding of the pastor, because
one
the
person.
elder is submitted to the pastor. The elder is connected to his back pocket. The elder is connected to the side of him. The elder is his other rib. That's not his wife. I mean, no, really.
For real.
They really
For real. That's how they
way.
act.
The elders are his ribs as well as his wives. You got different sections. The elder section is my rib over here, and this one's my other rib cage. It's crazy what they do, and they're all doing the agenda of the pastor.
Yep.
And then they all send their wives out, and they tell the wives, "You're supposed to be under subjection authority." So the wives know what they're supposed to do,
Yep.
and then they go talk to you, and you have suspecting there's something you want to hear, something you feeling, whatever, and they go meet that need, and then they give you this agenda, and they lace it with, "This is righteous by Yah, and look at me, and look at my life, and this is blah blah blah, and this is how you get to Yah."
Yep.
And because you don't know how to get to Yah, and really what they tell you, shut your mouth, shut up, you talk too damn much. Stop talking back. Listen to your husband, because you could probably sum it up in here and then iron out a few things that, for understanding purposes, is probably all you need. But instead, they'll tell you, "Well, look at me. I have to do this. I have to go through this, dot. And when my husband started going to the pastor, and if you really start listening to these people, they're telling you the answer. You're just blindsided.
Yep.
And so, anyways, that's what the sister did to me. She's never said this. We've talked for years. And she randomly hits me with "So you're going to choose your husband over Yah?" That's a dangerous question. You just told me I got to choose where the person who created me could throw me in hell, him or this man.
That's what this woman came to him. She had a secret phone call with her. And Shabbat Shalom red pilled the Bible. And Sister T was asked by this sister, "Are you going to choose your husband or Yah?" Now, explain to them what she was referring to.
She was talking about the ministry. She probably, they might have known even more than I knew. They probably known he was pulling away, that they didn't have the grip that they thought they had. And they said, "Are you going to choose?" And it was very random. So it did come out of the conversation was one way, then it was like, "You'll choose." And she said, "I'm just trying to make sure that Yah comes first in your life." And I mean, I forget even how it is. I remember just the shock I was in. Like, I may have to choose God, Yah over my husband. Like, then our whole family will be broken up. And then and another example of another sister who had just left her husband that was part of their ministry. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And she had to lose the husband and the children, and it was just, she was being praised. Although prior they just condemned that behavior.
Yep.
Then they praised it. That's another thing. And so this was, "You choose Yah or your husband." I'm like, what kind of question is that? I remember I said that exactly. What kind of question is that? And she said, "Well, in this faith, people lose it, people fall out, all this sort of stuff." She goes on this whole spiel. "Are you going to choose Yah or your husband?" I'm like, if it ever came down to it, Yah comes first, right? So Yah, if that's what it came to. The whole time, it wasn't that much longer later, the whole ministry, us breaking up with the ministry, went out together with the ministry. And now I literally didn't know what that question meant until that moment.
Yep.
Till ministry, us are separated. And I remember crying, like, this is me having to choose between my husband and Yah. Like, is he suddenly just wicked now?
Carmelo said choosing Yah is listening to your husband.
Choosing the husband.
Yeah. But they try to make it sound like a ministry, or they said your husband or Yah. But then when she told me about it, the question turned into a ministry or the pastor. But very subtly, because Yah is with the pastor. So if anything that goes against the pastor is not of Yah and is sin, then by choosing your husband, if he goes against the pastor, your husband, that means you're choosing sin. But nowhere in the Bible does it say, "Wives, submit yourselves to your pastor." Look, cosmic carbon consciousness. CCC said the Most High sent me my husband. So yes, I'll choose my husband and allow him to direct us through him. I'm going to put that up there. That is the answer. That is the answer. If you're with your husband, then clearly Yah sent you to him, you're together. So it wouldn't even be a question.
And you come to think about it, when y'all became one flesh, you and your husband, y'all where y'all going together is what's choosing y'all.
Yep.
Just like you're trying to have salvation and figure out who Yah is. What do you think he's doing?
Yep.
Weren't y'all on that journey together? So if you think about it, that's what this was. And just like he's going through bumps stuff, you thought yours was going to be different.
Yep.
Like you're together, and so.
House Lamar said, I still have the screenshots from that brother's wife trying to manipulate my wife, so that way if they got to talking crazy about me online, I can expose that ass. Woo! Well, that's because what happened to him. His wife was literally being approached by a brother through his wife, talking to Brother Lamar's wife, trying to get Brother Lamar's wife to leave him. But the brother wasn't involved in it. It was just a sister. So clearly it's not the brother trying to break them up. It's the sister trying to break them up. So the brother was never out of line, even though that nigga was probably in the background, feeding right now on a damn cue card what to say. And then Edify the Body said, whether a believer or not. Absolutely right. Whether a believer or not. Now, Brother Daryl sent a question. Religious brainwashing is it, Edify the Body. That's all it is. As they know, just like Willie Lynch knew, if you get the woman, you get the family. The government knows that. There's nothing new under the sun. Willie Lynch said it. As for my people,
children are their oppressors.
Children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. Yah said that in Ezekiel. I think it's in Ezekiel. It's one of the prophets. It was said by the prophets. There's nothing new under the sun. Yah knew that already. So that's the same thing that's being used today. You get the woman, you get the family. You get the woman, you get the man. You get the woman, you get the children. That's why the Bible has us as woman, you're one flesh with your husband, not your pastor. If somebody rises up against your husband, they're rising up against you. But they will come in and try to separate it and say, well, if they're rising up against the husband because he's wicked. You're safe as long as you follow the man of God. What verse was that? Thank you, very Daryl Vic. He said Isaiah. But Daryl asked a question about 1 Peter 5, verses 1 through 3, I believe he said. The elders which are among you I exhort, who am also an elder and a witness of the sufferings of Messiah, and also a partaker of the glory that shall be revealed. Feed the flock of Yah, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind. Neither as being lords over Yah's heritage, but being examples to the flock. That's what the whole verse is really about, Brother Del, right there. The elders, the older men, were supposed to be examples to us. They're supposed to show us, not by lording, not by taking people's lands and finances, and they're a man, a right ruling elder would never want another man's dominion. I have elders. Do you want to know one thing? The elders that I have never said to me? They have never said, you have to do this. Ever. They've never said, you have to obey me. You should submit to me. They've never said that. Ever. What they did is they showed me their life. They showed me by what they do. And they gave me an example, or as the Bible says, an ensample of how I should live, of the things that I can do. There you go, Palmetto. Elders are not somebody that come to you and say, I'm your elder, nigga. You go to you'll see them and be like, that's an elder right there. That's an elder. And that elder may not be an elder to everybody else, but he might be one to you. He might be one to you. Do you know how crazy it would be for me? I came out of her, my people, but then there's this elder who's telling me to submit to him and he's dead smack in the middle of the city? Because a pastor ordained him as an elder? So that elder in the city is telling me to submit to him. So should I go back to the city then? No, there's a person out here who was living righteous, who was doing right, and he is an elder. That's exactly it. If I consider you an elder, it's because you've earned my respect and I can see how he can teach me. That said, I have outgrown some elders too. Absolutely. Absolutely. To some people, I'm an elder. I don't like it when they call me that. Call me that. Shit. I'm young. Damn it. But sometimes they may call me an elder because I've come out and they're looking to come out. And I don't ever take that to me as an elder, as an elder, I'm looking to give them. I'm not looking to receive shit from them. You see what I'm saying? As an elder, I'm looking to impart, not to receive from. If they're looking up, look at the older men in the Bible. They were full of information. They imparted skills. They imparted. They didn't go to the younger generation and say, I'm going to take your shit so you can never have what I have. Hey, you're looking at that girl? She's cute, huh? Yeah. I'm going to go take her. She's going to join my house now. She is kind of cute now you mentioned that.
And the pastors mention that stuff subtly, especially at this particular ministry. Remember, subtly mention that only a certain status of brother elders and stuff can get these women. And in fact, he said, we all going to get all the good women.
Yep.
We the men who can do this. We the better men. And all you men who are not that, y'all can get all the, I think he called it one time, poo-poo women, or all the basically lower level women. He called them poo-poo women at one time. He said some crazy stuff. Y'all get the lower level women, ultimately what it was. And they were get the higher women. Women were the best attributes, women with the best whatever they were going to get because they were the only ones who could afford it. They were the only ones spiritually ready. They were the only ones worthy of better women.
They'll say things like, we're worthy of double honors. Like, who runs around telling people you better forcibly consider what I'm saying? Like Brother Lamar said, they'll counsel for themselves. What an elder should be doing is helping the younger ones, helping those coming up. Y'all willing, the ones that come up after us will be better than us. But how are they going to be better than us when they're not actually able to own land or pursue where y'all sent them until they leave the elders? By force. Johnny Grant, that's right. Elder in knowledge. By doing. A person, I shouldn't be over there telling you, you dumb niggas, yeah, I'm your elder. You better shut up and listen to me. Nigga, I ain't listening to shit you say. By the sheer fact you talking crazy lets me know I shouldn't listen to your ass.
And it's so crazy because half of them know they would not talk to a man like that who didn't think he was trying to obey Yah. Because sometimes you are one knockout away. The way you talk to people, you are one double punch away. That man better knock you, laid you out.
These people be talking crazy.
And the only thing that's stopping them from laying you out half the time
is
they're trying to honor Yah.
They think that's exactly it. The only reason they ain't knocked your ass out is because they have a fear of Yah.
That's what I've known. I've watched this one in action.
Shit.
We just met another brother who left the same ministry, and I don't even know what my own head is capable of. Like, you talking to him like that, you know it's just a phone conversation, and you're holding on to the fact that he's trying to serve Yah because you wouldn't talk to nobody that way because you know that talk would have got you beat up. That talk would have got you hurt.
Yes.
And then you calling other people out, and the only thing stopping them from being at the front door is them trying to make sure that they're in the right space with Yah.
That's it.
And they're there for their families and stuff, and nothing's going to jeopardize that they don't want to buy on your wolf tickets. Otherwise, you wouldn't speak that way.
People talk crazy because they think they can. You over there cussing out brothers and talking to them like they shit. These are grown men who are striving to serve Yah, and you treating them like they're in the military.
And you teaching other people, men and women, to do the same, because you notice even the women that follow you, the women that are part of you, they're getting bolder and bolder in their speech. They talking crazy to women, and then when they talk crazy to a man, we're not supposed to talk to the men. Oh, these are wicked ones. Then they separate and they talking crazy, and you're teaching other people that stuff is okay.
The Bible says, "Follow peace with all men." It says all. It doesn't say just Israel. It says all men. That means talk to people with respect. Like you have some understanding. Like, damn, when I read the book, I see that our forefathers really talk crazy when it was their enemy. But you just have make it a hat. You talk to the brothers around you like they shit. And it's all part of that, as Brother Lamar likes to use the word cucking, where I'm gonna talk to you like shit, and then after I'm done talking to you like shit, you're gonna get that shovel up, nigga, and go dig that hole, like I said. And you're looking at like, what? Is that how you that's how Yeshua talked to the Pharisees? Because they were of their father the devil. This is supposedly your brother. Well, stop being so soft. You just soft. That's all you are, soft. All you soft dudes.
When you say something to them like that, and they cower down
Right.
any of it.
And then if I say, okay, you a bitch ass nigga, then suddenly you supposed to respect your elders. Nigga, respect me. How about that? Cosmic Carbon CCC said, elder mothers should train up the young ladies to respect and submit to their husband by speech and example. My daughters are watching me and will therefore their husbands likewise. Amen. That's how the older women will be talking to the younger women. Teaching, get them ready to be wives. Get them ready to obey and submit to their husbands. Berdell said, I once knew a church mother who was highly offended when you didn't greet her with a hug and praise the Lord before and after service. In fact, one time she said, how dare me not greet her? K-Bar said, they better hope my hand hits my seat before it draws the clock. Hey, I feel you.
Can I have a moment on the
Go ahead.
I was asking him to have a moment because he, this was also supposed to be like a testimony, and it's never meant to be one-sided. So let me say this, because I did speak to the question of my experience, what someone may teach you, lead you, and guide you into. But one thing that I will say this is, one thing we haven't been taught, sisters, and do this, don't make the same mistake I did. The mistakes I've made are only going to lead you to not having a family. And this, what the pastor's desire is, still can happen in your life, whether you're with them or not, when you behave in these sort of ways. So just because you are trained to be a certain way, you need to know that, just like you tell your husband, because I was good at saying this. You think you understand the book and everything. Y'all don't want nobody to lead me to hell. So you know how to tell him that. Well, use that same energy towards your pastor and say, I'm not going to let you lead me to hell. Why do you have that energy towards your husband, but then not towards the pastor? And if you don't know then, so what happens when you find out? Like, that's the thing. And that's where I neglected, is we take this walk too lightly. In one area, you want to be really strong at it, and the other areas, you just take so lightly. Training, just look at what television do to us. Television in of itself, they repeat it. You watch the same shows, you watch the same thing. You literally operate from what you've seen your whole life. Television, TV screens, other people. So if you're in a ministry, like I was, like we were, and you watch the pastor's teachings and stuff, and really our master will speak certain things, and then it will start resonating with me, because I would be lost with, like, wait a minute, how is this? And he kept on saying, because you lack understanding. I'm like, what does that mean? Because I've already looked at this. But as he says stuff, I'll start to get it. Oh, I see that. But it's like I'm stuck with a whole bunch of information that I'm trying to piece together. And so when he says certain things, it will then hit another area, like, oh, that's what, okay, now, but it has to be pieced together. When he mentioned recently in his house, he said that women act like the devil who deceived Eve, who hasn't had all these experiences, who deceived 1/3 of the angels, and you think that you're gonna get trained this way, and you're gonna do a whole 2 hours and think all the training is gone. It's not. Once you're at the point where you're serving at people's feet, once you're at the part where you think this is God's man, and I'm talking about pastors at this point, because they take a whole group of women like it's nothing. I was a big example of mind manipulation, mind fuck. being a stupid, silly woman. Is it embarrassing? Yes, but is it truth though? Yes, being silly woman, captivating in sin, you low down in sin, and you hear something, and you think it's, and you jump on the bandwagon. What? Because everybody else did it, and you can see things, but then you're falling into your own hurt, your own insecurities. Just like you have hurts and insecurities, because I spoke a lot about, okay, well, if a husband does this to a wife, but what happened to all that energy of, I don't want you to leave me astray. Well, what about you? Is he the only one that can be taken by the devil? In fact, you take yourself to hell by yourself without his help. Then the pastor taking you to hell, is he the only one that's possibly leading you straight? The same way you are extra like, I'm scared that you're gonna do that to the pastor, do that to the elder, do that to your mama, do that to whatever. Because if you're not doing that, then how certain you're picking and choosing at this point. One of the things that I like, the scripture says, well, you got to watch over your own soul salvation. Like, you got to care about it enough with fear and trembling. And if everyone's told to do that, our master talked to everybody in the house. He'll tell us, it's my job to raise you up. It's my job to teach you and stuff like that. But I am not walking your walk for you. You actually have to do something, but you do it under his tutelage and his guidance and those sort of things. So if you have to take those sort of responsibilities, we got to take it that much more serious. So my behavior, yes, I could have been influenced, but my behavior, it was my responsibility, because I did get to see later on and see when it came down to choosing which way to go. Okay, I'm going over here with him. Thank you, y'all. He let the pastor give the answer. I was so happy. But it was my responsibility to take a hold of, okay, I've been fed all this garbage. Now, what's my job now? Otherwise, you're sitting back and you're like, the husband have to take all this stuff and make me over. He has to come and he got to take all the old bad stuff out and put all the good stuff in. He has to do all the work while you do nothing. You want him to fix him. You want him to fix you. You don't want to do anything. You're just sitting back on your do nothing. And he's supposed to walk your spiritual walk, walk his spiritual walk. In the meantime, all these behaviors that you have, like, since I mentioned when I really did reach out to the sister from this ministry for real help. And I mentioned what my husband did to push me to this ministry, where I felt, you gave your power to them. You told me to go to them. That's what I'm doing. Well, let's go on the other side when he was trying to bring me back out of it. This is my own wickedness. And this is something I'm going to share just because, too, I want to make sure I'm repent. I don't want y'all to look at me like I'm innocent. I'm not innocent either. What about there was a time that the same sister I wanted to talk to because I felt the circumstance wasn't handled. I took out a phone that I wasn't supposed to, told me I didn't have a phone. And then I left the house with this phone to get back on the phone with this same sister asking for advice. And you know what she didn't do? She didn't rebuke me either. She didn't rebuke me and say, why you take the phone? I told her I took the phone. So we so righteous, because I'm like, he ain't gonna let me leave the house with it, and I need your help again. So this is a sister said, oh, I got your back. I'm just trying to help you through. You ain't help me do anything. No, you weren't. You're lying. You went straight with the information. You didn't actually help me. You didn't rebuke me when I was wrong, because you should have told me how wicked and defiled and horrible and whatever I was behaving. You didn't lead me back to my husband. You led me to who am I choosing? And just by that action alone, I lied to him. I took this phone. I got on the phone and called this ministry, and I'm telling, he still ain't doing this. Is he being wicked? He's trying to get me back in line and say, hey, we're going in a new direction. Well, I'm already fell hell long. I'm over here. This was supposed to be corrected. It ain't, blah, 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 blah. Caused a whole big thing. And in the meantime, while you're feeling for you, sister, well, my husband didn't do this, or maybe he didn't take responsibility there. Okay, that's good. But did he start taking responsibility? What did you take responsibility now? Because remember, just like you're looking at him, he's looking at you. Did you not just dishonor me? Did you not just lie to me? How do I trust you now? Are you gonna lie to me again? Did you not just do this? When I tried to show you another direction, did you kick and scream and make me like I'm the most horrible thing? And then now you're telling me you want all this direction? It goes both ways. We always want everything to go both ways, right? So it goes both ways. So just as much as I can say, well, yeah, the pastors them and did that. Yeah, they were wicked as hell. They knew exactly what they were doing. I walked right into it. I fell headlong. I regret listening to any of these people. I would have been better off not doing it. But that's where I was in life for whatever reason. None of them are innocent. Remember, each one of them are agents. So if you're part of a ministry like that, you're hearing from me. Since the people who listen to the videos from me, just know I already fell into the trap. I'm in the concentration camp. I use this with my sisters, and one of my sisters helped me realize this. 2 months ago, she just told me this. My sister said, Taylor, in fact, the newest sister, She was talking to me one day. She said, I know what one of your problems is right now. She said, you are in so much, you act like you're in fear of everything. I was telling her something, and I said, everything, I'm like, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. Like when I'm doing stuff, you tell us to do stuff. Everything is, I don't want to get in trouble. And she said, I figured out one of your problems, King. That's your problem. Think about it. I said, what? She said, the reason why you can't come back to your husband and focus on just being a wife, like focus on being a wife and fixing stuff, everything to you now is you don't want to get in trouble because you know that you've done all this screw up. And everything is, I don't want to get in trouble till you're not even focusing on his needs. Focus on, he got needs. Go meet him.
That's an important right there, because in the faith today, Yah is a Yah of balance, and he hates a false balance. But what you hear in church today is more about it. When you go to the Christian church, the traditional Westernized Christian church is no matter what you do, you're saved. Then you come into Israel, and no matter what you do, you're cursed.
Yes, always in trouble.
Everything's curses. All you ever hear is about, I'm here to rebuke and to correct and rebuke, and to correct and rebuke. And if I'm not rebuking, I'm correcting. If I'm not correcting, I'm rebuking your ass for correcting the rebuke. That's all you hear. You're like, so serving Yah is either I can do whatever the fuck I want, or serving Yah, I can't do shit.
Or you're going to be in trouble.
That's it. Those are the two. I either can do everything or I can't do shit. When Yah's a Yah of balance, he says, blessings if you obey, curses if you don't. Blessings if you obey, curses if you don't. If you actually read his law and follow it, I don't know about everybody else, but I have felt such extreme freedom, a weight of bondage. You hear traditional Westernized Christians talk about the law as if you just throw a mountain on their shoulder. And I'm like, the law has made me free from me. The law has freed me from religion. It has freed me from me making laws for myself or following laws of somebody else. Like when somebody comes and tells you every thought you have is a demon. So you spend your whole life rebuking every thought you have as if it's a demon. Oh my gosh, I'm just so filled with demons. Oh gosh, I just thought about buying another gun, and that's just a lack of discipline. So I have a demon of no discipline. And then I have a demon of wanting another a PSA dagger because I really want that one. And I really feel, it's a demon. I got another demon of this, and I have a demon of that. And you hear all this stuff. And you invite people, can I eat meat? I shouldn't eat meat. Oh, it's a sin to eat meat. It's a sin and you're like, wait a minute. There's a law of clean and unclean foods. There's a law of clean and unclean foods. You have wives. Oh my gosh, I'm sinning because I didn't listen to this sister and this elder and this pastor because I'm listening to my husband, which the Bible says I should do. But then that's not the man of God. That's the man of God up there in the pulpit. So then who the hell are you? And why am I having sex with you? But that's the man of God. This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm so confused. Father, please show me understanding and guidance and knowledge so that I can walk in your ways, because it doesn't make sense to me. Meanwhile, the Bible clearly says who you're supposed to follow. But because you have all these man-made rules that are being put on you, you are confused. And the law is not, for some reason, we can't just keep it. But let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. And that includes those who are in traditional Westernized Christianity, who don't keep the law. I'm not speaking against you. Let me tell you, the law is beautiful. The law is perfect. When you walk in the law, it's so nice. And this is going to sound weird. But it's so nice to know. Okay, let me specify this. I'm not saying you should do it. But what I'm saying is, it's so nice to know when you sin. When there's not a question of, well, did I sin? Yes or no? Is that sin? Oh, I gotta repent. Wait, is it really sin though? I don't think it's sin. So now you're searching the internet trying to figure out, is it sin or not? And you're looking at this guy, you're looking at that guy, you're looking at this preacher and that preacher, and you can't figure out if it's sin or not. It's so nice to be able to go to the law and be like, okay, I read, and I don't see that there's nowhere that says it's a sin. Now, is it wise for me to do? That's a whole nother discussion. But I am pleased to know that I did not displease my master by sinning against him. That's wonderful. So many things, so many of the gray areas that I've lived in my life where I didn't know. It is so refreshing. It is so freeing. The bondage has been removed to simply know it's not sin. Well, your wife has as the illustrious pastor came on one of my live streams to bring up the fact that, well, your wife is wearing a choker. Is it sin? Yes or no? Simple question. If it's not sin, then why is it any of your business? Why are you worried about it? If she had a thong on her forehead, why is it any of your business? I mean, it might be. Yeah, they are, Brother Jack. Yeah, they are. He said the PSA daggers are a smoking deal right now. Had to fight back a demon after I looked up what they cost. I had a 250, 259 right now, completely intact, all the parts, and they use Glock Gen 3, all the Glock Gen 3 parts. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But they do use all you can get Glock barrels, Glock trigger assemblies, Glock slides, everything from the Glock Gen 3 can go into it. I got tons of Glock Gen 3 barrels that I have just in the rest. Okay, let me stop. But it's so freeing to know. So many people live in bondage to what a leader or a pastor or somebody, so many of you sisters, you don't understand the level of freedom you would have if you just followed your master and not your pastor. Follow your husband. And men, we have to be ready to lead, because there's a responsibility that comes along with a wife or wives and children following you. There's a responsibility. You're not going to do it perfect. Stop sticking men in front of your wife. That includes this channel. Stop sticking men. Stop sticking pastors. Stop sticking following Yeshua. That would be me. Stop sticking anybody else in front of your wife to teach her. That's your responsibility. And if you would like, you can have her in a place where you have trusted brothers that you get along with, that you have tested them, because then you know that his wife won't be talking out of place. But I'm surprised at how many men stick their wife in front of a brother. They stick their wife, that their wife are friends with other women who the husbands aren't even friends. They don't even see eye to eye, but you got your wife listening and receiving information. Remember, think of the wife, her body, the way she is. Everything about her is damn near in receive mode. Damn near it's in receive mode. If you even look at sexual intercourse, it's all about the entering of the woman. The woman is being entered and information is transferring from somebody, a male, into the woman. That's how Yah created man and woman. Women receive a lot of information. Men, we like to give information. That also happens to be why women teach other women, but men teach women. It's mind-blowing. The law is not that complicated. The law is not that complicated, brothers and sisters. And let me tell you, if you get around some brothers that live the law as best as they possibly can, nobody's saying you live it perfectly. That's the one thing about when Yah comes again, or Yeshua comes again, and we get to go and live it perfectly. That's going to be amazing. I guess DNA is information. Yes, I found that out. But a woman is literally damn near in receive mode most of her life. She's in receive mode. So we as men have to make sure that we're putting the right nutrients, because she's going to receive. The Bible says that we're going to do it. Be not deceived, says in Corinthians. Be not deceived. Not be deceived. Evil company corrupts good habits. The people you have around you will corrupt what is good in you. So we as men oftentimes are in receive mode. And I'm trying to get you to understand, as we've talked about before, men, you are supposed to be in a place of dominion, of subduing. Yes, you receive information. You know, you hang around brethren, iron sharpened, but you're more being sharpened. We sharpen each other. Women are in a place of receiving information. That's why you see who are advertisements on TV usually gendered towards? Women. TV told women you're not beautiful unless you have these long ass nails that you can paste on your hands. Television told women, hey, you should go and buy some Indian woman's hair and sew it in your head, which, if you actually thought about it, is completely illogical. These women in India are sacrificing their hair to their god as an act of submission. It is sold to China, cleaned, washed, packaged, sold to the Americans. Ebony, you can bring them in here if you need to. Sold to the Americans, where women in America are buying hair sacrificed to Indian gods. And that's logical. That's logical, apparently. So you have to be very, the same way a child receives information, and a child suddenly wants to do things that they never learned to do because they saw it on a commercial. They want a certain kind of cereal because they saw it on a commercial. They want a certain backpack with their favorite character because they saw it on a commercial. The receive mode that women are on, daughters are in receive mode, definitely receive mode. They receive a lot of information from this world. How do you think, how is it that you're able to get 17-year-old girls having sex and getting pregnant, having children already?
17.
Oh, sorry, 16, 15, how old they are. Okay, 14. You got high school or middle schoolers giving blowjobs in bathrooms. How do you think you've got children that want to change their sex? They got information from somewhere. They got information from somewhere. I made the mistake of allowing information to enter into Sister Tanisha. I did not. Yeah, you still over there. Okay. She's still on the camera. She's off camera, but yeah, she has to take care of the baby. Sister Ebony, I don't have that issue. Because Sister Ebony literally came in like a blank slate. She was in Christianity, but came out and she knew that was wrong. And the ministry, the church that I was part of, she already looked at that and was like, that shit is that's some bullshit. That was before me. She said that's some bullshit. But then she fell into another trap. Another female pastor-ish supposed royalty. I just say that. There you go. Those you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Huh? Yeah. And her husband was a pastor though. At a Christian church and an Israelite. An Israelite pastor. He was a Sunday keeper, he was a Sunday pastor, and an Israelite pastor. Good job. Yah is not the author of confusion. That's why the book tells us when you have gotten a fruitful possession, all your fields, sow it with your own seed. Seed is information. Seed is the ability to replicate. Right, Palmetto. Well, see, this woman doesn't really consider herself a pastor. She considers herself more of a teacher, and her husband was the pastor.
But you would think she the one.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And she lets you know she's of a royalty. I'm from the royalty. She put the
yeah. She makes sure you understand that she's from royalty. It's all out there. I would have guessed the venture. That's why I tell y'all I ain't no pastor. I'm just a brother. And if you ever have the opportunity to meet me, you might find yourself surprised. That's why I can't even talk like these so-called eloquent pastors do. I have been trying. No, Bro Lamar, not them. Some of y'all might know who. Yeah. Her royal roots. There you go. I mean, it is what it
No,
is.
no, I'm just saying. That was,
That was her channel.
I'm trying to do the song, bro.
Oh, bro. Oh, God.
It's a good hit. Okay,
You have to get back to the book, brothers and sisters.
or the other one.
Oh,
They
gosh.
watch
The
the prophetess.
Black Education
Watch
Television.
of the
That one. Or what are they called now? They're called Redirecting. That's another
That got
one.
the other.
Yeah.
other women.
I mean, that's a whole slew of single black women following that family.
I mean, they're all out there. Those are the overlapping things. I was just
Yeah.
saying.
That's
ministry or Royal Root or that one. They're the overlap thing. So one got me, but then since that one didn't work for Sister E, royalty work for Sister E, and then go on to the other
it's just
one.
over. It's the same thing with men. If IUIC doesn't get you,
ISUPK.
Yeah, ISUPK. Well, they cuss too much. So then GMS. Well, they have their own little weird things. All right, HOI. Well, then they have their own, weird little things. And you start coming to the understanding. Let's say you were, a person that was a black Hebrew Israelite, and I don't believe that white people can be. But now you change your ways. You're like, oh, you know what? I was wrong. Well, then now who's there? You have that church. What we've been talking about, because you see, they have white people there. They have white teachers. They have white elders. I'm going there now.
And they believe they're on the straight.
And they believe that their path is straight. So then it's just overarching themes. If one doesn't get you, the next one gets you. If that one doesn't get you, the next one will get you. Please don't believe that the devil only has one plan for you. He's got so many plans. If you've ever played chess, and I happen to be very good at chess, I'll teach you. If you've ever played any of those strategy games, Strategio, if you ever played games like that, you'll understand the overarching themes and how to win a game like that. You can't just come out with one attack. He's gonna keep throwing. Hey, we couldn't get some of those people. Let's throw Kyrie Irving out there. Hebrews to Negroes. Got him. We couldn't get him with ISUPK. We didn't get him with IUIC. We got him with Kyrie Irving. Got him. Why do you think they have so many denominations in Christianity? Because if you're a person that's like, well, I understand that we should really keep the Sabbath. Well, there goes First Day Baptist for you. There goes most Apostolics and Pentecostals. There goes most Calvinists. How about we just got them with the Seventh-day Adventist Church? Got you. Look at this. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Caressa. Forgive me if I misspelled your name, brother or sister. Brother or sister said, I was in 2 IUIC, then ISUPK, and now I'm back solo. That's exactly what we are. Well, we were never in the camps. I talked to a lot of camp brothers and sisters, but we were never actually in the camp. We just studied. And then we found that church, got lost into that shit for a little bit, and then came out. We were there for 7 years? 6 years? 4 years?
4 years.
I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ever ask me anything about dates or times. 4 years we were there.
Out.
7 years. Yeah. We've been out 7 years. And let me tell you, my learning has accelerated the most since I came out.
He became more actually manly. You know that they said they create men there? No, you didn't. He became more manly when he got on his own.
Yes.
Because it's like he had to learn from his own errors. He got to watch and see what his ways were. He self-identified his own issues, and then he moved in what he wanted to do. Because at the end of the day, you ain't gonna convince no man to do what you want them to do, woman.
You're not.
He had to know for himself what he wanted to do, where he was going, and then he went and did that. And you have to see that. But when someone's always in your ear, all you do is get in the way of stuff.
Yes.
I spent all this time thinking, oh, you're gonna help by doing this and help. No, sometimes you're just getting in the way. They'll let you know the help. If you sometimes watch how you talk to your children, you'll see what the husband think about you. We tell the children all the time when they come to help us in the kitchen, we have to pause for a moment. We're cleaning up chores. They come to help, and they just get in the way. Mm-hmm. And then when we give them a task, that's the one they don't want to do.
Right.
But that's where we need help.
Right.
Do the task that you're given. That's where you're going to be the help.
Right.
But no, we've been convinced of something else. And you can't use the excuse no more. None of us can. I can't. No one else. You can't
Right.
keep using the excuse that someone convinced you. They're going to do that.
Yeah.
Everyone is here to convince you.
Yeah.
So focus on the task that you're giving.
Everyone's buying people.
Everybody-
Continental Paratrooper bless you, my brother. Shabbat shalom and honor to you and your house, my brother.
Everybody wants your attention, and then don't let even, I think what happened, one big thing happened to us, is when you let that much stuff come in and all these different things happen, everyone's blaming each other, you do all that sort of stuff, you're going to get this same thing the Bible talks about, this seed of bitterness. Yep. You're going to be resentful. Everybody going to attack everybody. I can have a long list of what hurts I have, or what things I felt didn't happen, and I bet you he has a list just as long, if not longer. And right. So, if you just keep battling back and forth between which list is longer, who did what first, who, you're never going to resolve the issue. Right. You're just wrong.
And the thing about, I'll say for sisters, one of the things that I have found so detrimental are these churches, these camps, these ministries, because some of these ministries, they hate women. I'm just going to be real. They have a problem with, I'm like, shit, these niggas spend all day talking about the wickedness of a woman. Now, I cover the wickedness of the woman inside of my house, but why spend all that time covering the wickedness of a women that aren't living that way? Why have a whole sermon talking about, oh yeah, I can't stand all these adulterous women? Are any of your women committing adultery? Well, no. So you're gonna have a whole sermon talking about it. And they keep the women single. This channel is not, it's about family. That's why you see the sisters, you see the children every once in a while when I bring them all on. It's about the homestead, it's about the family. These churches, these ministries do not teach family. I don't care what nobody says. They may give the facade that they care about women and families. They don't. They keep women single. I can't tell you how many single sisters. Wait, I'm a sis, and it's pronounced like Teresa. Okay, Teresa, forgive me, sister. Thank you. Thank you. I received that.
Like Teresa.
Yeah. So Teresa.
Carissa.
Oh shit, Carissa. All right. Why I change it to a? Okay, this is why I don't take English in homeschool. Homeschooling is her responsibility. She teaches English. Sister Ebony teaches math, and then they cover everything else in between. Me, I just go out here and I just plant garden. I teach that. I teach the hands-on classes because I just said Teresa.
I mean,
and now if I'm right, she says I'm right, then I'm gonna go back to teaching English. Oh. And the funny thing is, was a credential teacher. I can't teach shit.
No, that's not true. He's
I can write a lesson plan like a mug.
Because he can do that, and he can teach things that even we're not as good at. I can pronounce the English stuff, but then when it comes to logical, having the most logic in something, you need him to come.
She said you said it right.
I did.
I was wrong. And that's exactly why. That's exactly why I don't teach English. Like I say. But it's an amazing thing when you come out of this stuff. Like we live in a house that I built. Now, if you spend your time watching somebody else build houses, as a woman, you're gonna look at that dude. But when I'm on top of the roof, as my brothers can all attest to, whether it's building houses, putting fences up, tending to the animals, when it's you out there and your wives see you outside and you're just glistening, the chocolate is glistening. And because that's what Ebony always says.
You want to get
eyes on Ebony always
on camera. You're I'll call Ebony.
Okay, or vanilla. Or it could be chocolate, butterscotch, vanilla, caramel, whatever it is.
Chocolate.
Okay, but I'm just saying, we have sisters who are married to different shades of men. So the men are out there, and like I'll say this, like Brother Jay Moore's work hard. We know that brother working hard. The brother worked hard, and then Sister K sees Brother Jay roll in with his truck. He got, just a bunch of provisions for his household because the brother's thinking ahead. First of all, the fact that he's thinking ahead is probably damn sexy to him. He's probably like, And then, after he puts that stuff away and gets this, that, and the other done, she's like, Then he walks up in the house, sweating, probably red as all red. I don't turn red, I'm sorry, I get blacker. She's like, Then he take his shirt off and throw it on the floor. And she's like, come on, man. Then
Just my floor.
I just mopped the floor. Then he hops in the shower. She's like, mm. Then he come out the shower. You know, a little towel wrapped around him. Probably got the little Tarzan leaves around it, his shoulder. And she's like, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Can't handle no more.
I'm trying to think.
Okay, but I'm just saying. I'm telling her story. So when you have these things as a man and your wife is looking at you, she's no longer looking at, well, my house was built, but it was built by them. These gardens were planted, but it was planted by them. In fact, he feeds me too. And you're over there like, wait a minute, is it a seabird, James? He agreed. He smiled. Mm-hmm. There you go. But when they see, when you see another man, always, you know, just think of it, sisters. Even if your husband did bring home a nice paycheck, how does it feel when you know that another man gave him the money to buy you your shit? He said, that sounds close. See?
It actually makes a big difference. I'm here to witness. I used to tell him back then, it's never about how much money you make. For me, it's about you get up and go do what is needed. If it's $5, $6, we'll make it. We'll figure it out. If I gotta go to work with you, that's fine. As long as you're actually doing it. Just don't not do it. You know what I mean? But even just watching them on the homestead, yeah, it's a different thing. If this ministry of straightness give me food, just naturally look how we deal with our family members or any person. This is naturally human behavior. Whoever does for you or shows that care for you is who you have loyalty to, because they show they care for you. Your favorite sisters are the ones who check up on you, who see that you need something. They listen to your stories and they got you something. They thinking about you. So you show it. That's how you, one of the ways you show people you care for them. So yes, if the ministry is providing everything you need, only thing you're going to think, if I don't have this ministry, my provisions are no longer there.
They're cut off.
And by Yah means don't let you have been a person who wasn't doing what you were supposed to do from the beginning, because that's what's in the mind. Oh gosh, we get cut off from this. Now how we going to make it? Versus you doing it. It is so different. Like, never in my mind. When I write notes to him, I always put creativity. The one thing I'm so fascinated by, I'm literally enthralled by his creativity. If he makes something out of something random, if he doing something, I don't know, it's just really mind blowing. So when we have the food and he come up with these crazy ways of making something, I'm like, who does this? But it's just the way he thinks, just really is fascinating. So, but it comes from him. It's like, oh,
and that's how every woman should be looking at their husband. They look at their husband that way because that's the one that's in front of them. But when you see in these churches and these ministries, the pastor's giving them spiritual, the pastor's giving this, the pastor's this, the pastor's this, the pastor's this, your woman is going to look at, hey, look at me, I'm building my house. And it's like, cool. I have no problem with you building your house. That's real cool. But now when you're building my house and the food comes from you and everything comes from you, and if we leave you, we don't have shit. Now what? I lost my spiritual teaching. We lost our home. We lost finances. We lost everything. Who's the person that the woman's supposed to be fearing? She's supposed to have a veneration and a reverence towards her husband. But now she has it towards her pastor because he's the one that controls their ability to literally survive. But when you're a sister and you're married to a man and somebody else is a controlling man, that means her focus is on the one who's actually doing for her. And it's not her pastor. I can go and help a brother, and I still doesn't mean that I provided.
Oh, and I don't think we even think that way. Somebody helping is one thing, just like with the teaching.
Just like Brother David, Brother Andre, Brother Ronnie, Brother Frank, Brother, definitely not IP. All the brothers that have put in work.
I never saw them as, they took care of us, but I was so happy, like, wow, our husband have good brothers, like they care for him. That's how you see it. But when they doing the work, and then they have the audacity to literally in front of the husband, I'm gonna correct your wife because you ain't doing a good enough job, and the man be like, yeah, that's right, pastor. You be like, oh yeah, you ain't.
Yeah, you ain't nothing.
You ain't nothing.
I want to give a shout out to Pedro. He said, I don't understand English, but I always watch reruns in automatic translation. Bless you, brother Pedro. Hallelujah. Bless you, bless you, bless you. I hope that the translations translate it good enough that you're able to understand fully. Bless you, brother. I need to learn another English. Another English. I need to learn another language because I just found out that Nigganese don't count. So Nigganese is technically not a language. So I know English, I know sign language. But when I tried to put Nigganese on an application, they were like, so that's not a. I was like, Nigganese it's a language. Nope. I am Brazilian. Bless you, brother in Brazil. Bless you, bless you. I'll stick with Nigganese. And sign language. Now I do know sign language. I know sign language, but that's it. That's all. That's all I got.
Stay away from these ministries and stay away from them laying hands on you because that's another big thing. So they're gonna take over the house, your husband. They're gonna provide you all these things. You're gonna be going to him. Then they have the audacity to tell you they're trying to get the demons out, and they touch you. And they probably just put the final stamp of their demon of control on you. They touched you, and they're all in the name of Yah because they're trying to get this demon out. And what probably really happened is the Bible said, "Lay man, tell you no man."
I'm glad you said that because I was thinking when I was writing my notes down like 5 minutes before the live stream, I was thinking about that. I was thinking the final spiritual stamp is when you believe that the pastor can deliver the demon, but your husband can't. Mm-hmm. Suddenly it's the husband's over there. The name of Yeshua, name of Yeshua, name of Yeshua. Even though you don't see people struggling like that in the Bible. Name of Yeshua, name of Yeshua, name of Yeshua, name of, he's doing backflips and cartwheels and doing kid and play, doing a stanky leg and doing all that. And the demon didn't come out. So then the wife immediately says, well, we should go to pastor. So then who has the power?
Oh, the pastor. If you need healing, the pastor has it. And actually, I remember thinking this one time, and this was their old, but the pastor had said about somebody else's wife, they tried to get this one spirit out. The man couldn't do it, so the wife was brought to the pastor. Yep. The pastor got it out.
Yep.
So, and then the pastor had to convince the brother, and he went for it, that basically, the pastor's been in it longer, so he has more
authority,
spiritual strength and authority. Discernment. So, sadly, I know it's sad, but sadly, then the woman is like, so some things I can be getting attacked, and I got to go to my pastor to get the help that I need. You can't even get that right at home. And then there's a lot of this flip flop of scriptures. Y'all got to watch out for that. And when he's touching you, he probably just touches with the spirit of, that's why you became adulteress or something. Now you like, I didn't want him until he touched me.
How do you know that oil is anointing oil? He gonna put that little thing and then place it on your wife's womb, place it on her head. I got you, brother. I got you. In the name of Yeshua. And he got his little special oil. I remember who was the actress that put real blood in her perfume.
Oh wait.
She put Yep. I can't remember who it was, but she put a drop of her real blood in her perfume. How do you know? Oh, it was a singer?
That singer, Azalea, something.
Iggy Azalea?
Well, one of them, but there was a black one, and then there was a white one too. Anyways, one of them also too, they were talking about how they do rituals like that. And they be using chicken blood, they use their own blood in some of this stuff.
How do you know that these people ain't praying over this oil that they putting on your wife's head, on your wife's womb? Yeah, Erykah Badu did it. She did something like that. They're putting all sorts of things in their oils and then going and anointing your wife with oil. Jay Moore said, "Is it Afterglow?"
Here's another one. Why do we think this? I was thinking about this. How many of us women in this, it can't apply to men, but mostly women. How many of us women are influenced by people like Beyonce's and all of them, right? So do you not think that Beyonce and TLC and whoever else, whatever, they're human too, right?
Yep.
Do you think at one point in life they wanted to be what you call good, righteous people, like what you consider a good person, whatever that looks like, worldly? They wanted to be good people. They wanted to be somebody that was helpful and stuff like that. Like humans naturally have both. They got the evil down packed, but they be trying to be what you call so-called good. Why are some of your favorite people on television? Some of the people you never would even believe, the Dr. Kings, people who are all for Dr. Kings, the Malcolm X's, all these people. If they all sold out, and they at one time, if you watch interviews sometime of these people, even their most sincere times, they wanted to be what you call good people. But at the same time, they got something else that's more important to them. There's an importance to everybody. There's something in them that's driving them that's stronger than that caring about you. They care about them first. And so, in whatever it is, they want to be good people. Look how they turned out. They sold their soul to the devil. If 1/3 of the angels, who are probably the top holiest we've probably seen on earth, between that and Adam and Eve, could not sell out, and the angels, 1/3 of them sell out, and this is all coming from what you were just teaching us, and then after you keep showing us all this stuff, like all this stuff that we didn't see before, it's like, do you stand a chance? So you think this pastor, because his name is whatever, that he is just so great, he's just teaching, he's the last day prophet pastor, you think he can't sell out? How's he different? Everybody been selling out. This Dr. King was trying to bring black people, he sold out. This person, he's all for black. We've been in struggles and slavery. Why would you sell it to your own people? They did it regularly, routinely. So why are we thinking anybody at this point will have a pass? In a leadership, sadly, you need to look there and be cautious, because whenever you have a group of following, people crave attention, authority, power, being liked, being models of everything, receiving all this stuff. That stuff is stronger than just caring about a bunch of people you really don't know about, that you don't know. You got your group of people you care about.
Wait, okay, so what was that? What was it her name was? The Carissa?
If it was Teresa, Carissa.
Carissa, okay. Carissa said, "This is the first time I've seen a woman being allowed to speak. We're usually told to be silent so we don't bring confusion." Here's what I will say about that, sister. Now, I don't want to speak against these camps or whatever, and I'm very careful when I speak about this, because I don't ever speak for a man's house except mine. That's all I'm speaking about is my house. Most times, especially in these camps and in these churches, most of the women doing the speaking are single. And from where, when you read the book, the word, the Numbers 30, talks about a woman being under her father's covering and then her husband's covering. She's speaking under my covering. We don't understand a lot when it comes. One thing that I spend a lot of time studying is she'll tell you, I've been studying marriage and what a man's house, a man's name, what it all means. So she is speaking under the authority of my name right now. So if she were to say something off, it would be my job and my responsibility to correct it, because she is speaking under the authority of my name. A lot of women today don't speak under the authority of any man's name, so they're speaking kind of from their own volition, their own ideas, whatever they feel, whatever they think, yada, yada, yada. And that's what largely happens that's why I, on this channel, speak specifically about women being covered. Because if you read the reproach in Isaiah 4, it says, we will buy our own food and make our own clothing. Only let us be called by your name. Why? To take away our reproach. She wants that name. The name is what brings, especially like if you come out here and you're a woman and you just start rambling off to men, they will not respect you out here in these woods. She's already experienced it. Somebody came, they were looking for me. Actually, he says, "Your husband home?" How'd it go?
He was just said, "Is your husband home?" And I said, "No." And I was asking, did he want to leave a message for him, or you want me to pass on information or something like that? And he was like, "No, I'll be back to talk to your husband when he gets here."
And he was.
And he did. He came back on his own. He wanted to speak directly to him. But it was even worse because we had a neighbor down the street, and she had a man, but they weren't married. And out here, they acknowledge marriage. And they acknowledge it from the sister point of view, but the point being, they acknowledge marriage. Well, this couple wasn't married, so he just looked at her like a girlfriend, and this girl was the same race as this man,
Yep.
and she told me specifically, oh my gosh, that's the first time he even had semi any kind of respect for a woman.
Yeah.
He respected you more than he respects me. And she said he has the audacity to say something like that, like I ain't married. So she basically told me the only reason he had that much respect for me is because I was actually married,
Yes.
but he had no respect for her. She said when he came to talk to her boyfriend,
Yeah.
that she called husband, he didn't. He said he didn't even give me any kind of respect. He just looked at me like I was trash. She said that's how he treated her, like
Yes.
trash, because she wasn't married and she's with this man. So she only would. He wouldn't even say hi. He wouldn't any kind
Right.
of respect. She said when
Right.
she watched him show some level of respect, like wait, he talked to you more than he talked to me. He
Yeah.
said have a good day to you.
Yep.
He greeted you and said, oh, y'all wonderful family. He said, you don't even say that to us.
A man's name biblically meant a lot. When you spoke, you know, or a woman, you know, if a woman said, I'm from the house of David, that meant something. I'm from the house of Abraham. I'm from the house of Isaac. I'm from the house of Jacob. I'm from the house of, I don't know, Job. That meant something. Today, we don't have that respect. We don't have that honor in the faith. We don't have that understanding in the faith of what it means to be from the house of. We don't understand that in today's time. So today, you know, men get married and they take the wife's name. Men let women, you know, their wife hyphenate their name. And if you do as your man has, none of your business. But I don't. So when she's speaking under the name, my name. That's why you don't see her have her channel. They actually don't even have their own Facebook page. Their Facebook page is a family Facebook page. It's our face. It's my Facebook page. It's my name. And if people want to speak to them, her family even understands that. They'll write a message and be like, "Hey, Chris, can you get this to Tanisha?" I'm like, "Okay, cool." Then I'll, you know, give the information. Hey, yeah, your cousin messaged you or whatever it is, and she wants to call her or whatever it is. But it's speaking under the name of. Today, so many single women just speak. And you remember the Bible says in Numbers 30 that whatever word you say, whatever vow you make, you're going to be held to that vow, because the father and the husband are the only ones that are allowed to break the vow of, you know, their daughter or their husband, or their wife. So, like for myself, I don't allow her to just listen to a bunch of women speak in and of itself. Because whatever she, Ebony, Taylor are saying, it represents me. It represents my teaching, my name, my house. You know, it represents me. So her being here as we are one flesh is a representation of me. So she's speaking from the authority that I have. And she's not speaking directly to men. She is speaking to sisters. And like when we have fellowships, you know, feast days or whatever it is, what you largely notice is that every man that I fellowship with, Brother Ronnie, Brother David, Brother Frank, you know, Brother J. Carr, the wives all go off. And I don't ever worry about what they're saying, because the women usually speak the words of the men speak. So that's just kind of why I have no problem bringing it up. And before, you know, I told her, you know, you've used your mouth for destruction and saying negative things. For whatever I use my life for, you know, I ran the streets. I was about it. I served that God, and I served the God of basketball when I played college basketball. I now have to serve the one true Yahweh everything. So she used her mouth for bad. So I always encourage her, use your mouth to uplift now. Use it to build. Don't let the use of our tools be only for sin and wickedness. That's why I encourage women to get married. There are a lot of women who say things like, well, I was a whore in the world. I was a whore in the world and I don't want to get married anymore. I'm like, so your lasting use of your vagina was going to be in whoredom? Your lasting use of your body is going to be sin and wickedness? You need to go and use that for righteousness' sake, for the sake of good, for the sake of righteousness, for the sake of holiness. Don't let your life, you leave this earth and you use everything in your body and your mind for wickedness, and you say, I'm just going to stop. That's why a lot of women contact, I made this mistake and I made this mistake. I made this mistake and I made this mistake. And I'm like, okay, go fix it. Well, how? Go do the opposite. Well, that would mean I have to get married again. Yes, that's exactly what it means. That would mean that and some things you can, if you had a child as a whore or in whoremongering, and then you had like a hysterectomy, then that just is what it is. But that doesn't mean that you can't perhaps raise the children that he has in the relationship or in marriage already. You can't go and do that, right? That's just how my mind thinks. If I did wickedness, I have to go do right. I have to. So bless you, brother Pedro. Bless you, bless you. So that's just what my mind works. I can't just leave. I just can't. Just yeah, the lasting mark is negativity, and that's my name. That's why I'm speaking about the things I'm speaking about now. Is because I don't want to leave, or people think, well, Chris was part of this and he just disappeared off the internet and never said what happened. So many people do that. They disappear. You never hear what their story is. So, hasta luego, hermano. See, I know that. I got that part now. That's about all I got. So I would just always suggest that if we've used things for negative, use it righteously. If you've spoken wickedly, use it righteously. I'm a believer of Yah gave Sister T a mouth. Use the mouth for good. Where in the law does it say that she cannot speak? Nowhere. Does not say anywhere that she cannot speak.
The weapon that we have to be taught to use.
The mouth is a weapon.
The weapon has to be for destruction and of your own self as well. Or so you do need to be taught how to use that weapon.
This is a weapon. I can use this for good, or I can use this for wickedness. It doesn't take away the fact that this is it is in its holster. This is a weapon, and depending on how I use that thing will be my testimony. This is a weapon. Let me show y'all something. This is a weapon. This book is a weapon. It's got people giving up their lands right now for a pastor. It's got people living in adultery. It got people drinking Kool-Aid over it. Hundreds of them dead. This book is a weapon. In the hands of the wrong, or as you see in the book of Eli, it can be used to control whole nations. It can be used to control the world. It can be flipped upside down. It can be used to put women in bondage. It can be used to put men in bondage. It can be used to take your shit. It can be used for any way possible. This book. It's the wrong type of slavery. It can be used. This is a weapon. These are weapons. How do you use them? Choose you this day whom you're going to serve. You are a weapon, brother. Sister, you are a weapon. Think about it. See, sisters, y'all don't, I'm ending with this. A lot of y'all sisters don't understand what kind of weapon you are. No, it's not the pink one. It's not pink, by the way.
he actually gave that to Sister Ebony.
Yeah, I get that to Sister Ebony.
You got tired of you talking about it.
You sisters are weapons. Think of how much of a weapon you are. Just if you study warfare, and I've studied warfare generationally, and I've been studying it for a long time. That was one of my mandatory studies when I was growing up as a young child, and as my mom used to have me do studies in my teenage years, as part of, I would say Panther training, but not really homeschooling. But one of the greatest ways to win a war is to kill your opponent or to defeat your opponent before they're born. What do you think abortion is? Abortion's a weapon. Why? Because if you stop people from reproducing, Pharaoh knew that with the Hebrew people. He said, we're going to win this war. If there's a war, our enemies, if the Hebrews join our enemies, we're going to lose the war. So let's kill them because they're becoming too many. So your womb, sisters, is a weapon. It can be used to bring forth life. It can be used to be fruitful and multiply, or it can be used for destruction. But the womb is a massive weapon because you need hands to fight a war. You need people. Well, now you need drones. You need robots now, but there still has to be somebody that make the drone until Skynet takes over. I'm joking, or am I? Dun dun dun.
They know you can't build no
right
drone or a robot.
Right. So you the woman's womb. That's why there's such an attack on the woman's womb. That's why the devil decided I'm gonna come in and use whoremongering. I'm gonna use the swaggerlight. You know, that dude that got sweet words and game that's gonna come and manipulate you into believing whatever he wants you to believe. Hey, I'm gonna hit it and then you know, so I'll be there for you. And then he traps you up by saying he's your wife or you're his wife. He didn't tell you that before you had sex. Now that you had sex, suddenly you're my wife now. She didn't even know what she was doing other than laying down in the bed with you. And suddenly now she's married. Manipulation. That's why that's a weapon. That's it. Yep. CCC said, especially the black womb. The black, that is a weapon. It's a weapon. We don't use, why do you think these inner cities are full of little thugs, little gangsters? Why do you think it's so important to have the home? They take over the home. These camps seem to have a lot of, they do have lots of robots. William Marr said, the womb used to be the safest place for a child. Not so much these days, probably the unsafest place. Brother William, that is the absolute truth. The womb is a scary place. We have a sister that does OB. The womb can be a scary place, especially for children today. Especially for children. We have to use the gifts, the weapons. It's a spiritual war, but it is also physical.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Brother people up one? No, Pastor. Maybe it's a repeat. No, I thought that was
Okay. Yep,
but
that's a
the
good one.
tongue can no man tame. It is an unruly evil full of deadly poison. And so then I seen the unruly part, and I thought about when the Bible refers to like unruly children, and then seeing that you can apply really unruly anyone.
Yeah.
So unruly, is that what you talk about discipline? Like our tongues are disciplined. That's why it's unruly.
Yes.
We're not, because we need to be disciplined. Is that the correct way of looking at that?
What our tongues are disciplined?
You call our tongue an unruly evil. The unruly evil is it because it's not disciplined?
Yes.
When we call it unruly child, we're saying not disciplined, correct?
The tongue, people have not learned to discipline their tongue. Yeah, life and death is in the power of the tongue, but most people's tongues are used for specifically death or trying to curse people, or manipulation or lying or saying that if you don't do this, then it's and now that all stems from the mind, because you could very easily write that and not have to say it. I mean, Helen Keller could have probably said it.
So it has to do with discipline. And if your mind's not disciplined, your tongue's not. If your mind's not disciplined, nothing about you will be disciplined. So you have to discipline yourself. But there's so many weapons that we have on this earth, physical and non-physical, but most people don't know how to. I mean, for those of you that are like myself, we believe in the Second Amendment. How many times have you gone to a shooting range or seen a YouTube video or read a story of some
dude holding or handling a firearm and shooting their foot off, shooting themselves in the leg, shooting themselves in the foot. I've had an experience here where a person who he had a gun, but he did not have any fire discipline, no discipline whatsoever with the firearm at all, and cleared his chamber by pulling the trigger and shooting a round off. I think it was out of his AR. It might have been his AR. Fired or maybe it was pistol. I don't know which one it was. But here, had a round chamber, didn't even know he had a round chamber, and cleared it by firing a round. No discipline. No discipline. So that's the same idea of a person having a mouth, a person having the Bible, a person having anything with no discipline is actually a detriment to the people around them. A person holding this Bible and using this Bible with no discipline, you can't be a disciple without discipline. With no discipline in this book is going to be a detriment to the people around them. Yes, Sister K. Morris. Sister K's like, whoa. He literally cleared his chamber by pulling the trigger. Had the round in battery, it was ready to fire, and just pulled the trigger and then said, I was trying to clear the chamber. I didn't know if I had a bullet in there or not. I'm like, you didn't know? And it's only by the grace of God that nobody got hit. So without the discipline, it doesn't mean that you should just grab the Bible and start wielding around, because it is a sword and it is going to cut. And you know how amazing it is to see people hold this book? I was telling them yesterday. You see people hold the book and you're talking with them and they turn, they look at you and they're missing half their lip, half their ears gone, their nose is gone. This whole part of their face has been sheared off. And that's because they've been doing this, trying to sword fight. And the only person that ever done hurt is himself. That's the only person that ever done hurt. They have a tongue and they done slice up the roof of their mouth. They look like they got what is that? The herpes, cold sores. They look like they got cold sores all over their mouth, bleeding, everything, blisters and everything, because their tongue is always moving and shit's always coming out. And they slice up the inside of their mouth. It's crazy. I tell single sisters all the time, sisters, here, take this book, go get a husband. What do you mean? Just gently put it down and ask Yah for a husband. Ask Yah to bless you with a husband. And then the Bible says, seek and ye shall find. That means you must seek. That means you must be proactive. And you shall find. Because you sitting there trying to do this, we know what's going on, because we see the fact that you're missing an arm. Because you've been trying to wield the sword with no training, with no guidance, with no nurturing. You're wielding this sword called the book. And the only person you're slicing up is you. That's why so many speak against things that they don't understand. Polygyny is wicked. Until 2 or 3 years later, they still ain't had a viable husband. Now suddenly, yeah, shalom, brother. I admit my wrong, but I'm very interested in the possibility. Can I talk to Sister T? No. And I know why you want to talk to Sister T for, because Sister T has helped other sisters join the house. No, you can't talk to her. Because you said, I swear I'll never be in polygyny. I swear. I heard you. You swore. I'm walking away from this situation. Are there any other brothers that you said you swear? If I wouldn't want that for my house, now it doesn't mean another brother may not want it, and he may see it completely different, and that's cool. I can give you his email and you can reach out to him yourself. Well, could you just put in a good word for me? No. What good word am I going to say? She spent 3 years on my channel talking shit about polygyny, cursing Ebony, cursing Taylor, just for her now to realize that she can't find somebody that wants to be with her. So now she's interested in it again. That's the good news you want me to tell my brother? When you can just simply say, hey, I may not understand it, but I want to be married. I want a husband. I want somebody that knows how to wield, who can teach me and nurture me how to wield. Not to try and hurt other people, but to try and help myself. There's one thing you need to cut out of the Bible, the dividing page between the old and, oh, yes, brother. Yes, sir. Cut that page out. And in fact, once you're done cutting that out, grab this book, the Apocrypha, and insert it in between Malachi and Matthew. You know, it's amazing that people never ask themselves the question, how did we get from Malachi and then suddenly we're in the time of Yeshua and they're under Rome? How did that happen? It's in here about the Greek Empire taking over and then the Roman Empire taking over after them. It's in here. That is the absolute truth, Narrowway Fab. Take that page dividing the book away. And understand, chapters aren't all new sections. But I digress. I hope this was a blessing to y'all. I know it's almost 4 hours. We got, the children have been excellent. Ebony and did a fantastic job.
If people want your land to deed, they want your wife and stuff, please, women. Just your husband. Don't get sucked in and caught up into all the other stuff. Every single man and woman alike have flaws. So a husband flaws does not mean he left y'all. His sin, because he fell in the trap over here and over there. You know, you probably fall into 3 times getting out. So doesn't mean he left y'all. And don't let them lay no hands on you, because you may be laying the hands of his spirit, his wickedness, and whatever he got going on into you. And you don't, these lasting effect is not one day, they're not 1 week. That's the thing. You know, what you learn for television takes years, because half the time you don't even know what's in you. You don't even know that when you speak, you just spoke the words of Beyonce for the 100,000th time. The next time you spoke the words of Rihanna, and they devil worship. I mean, you know what I mean? So the same thing, don't think church is any different. Church is not any different, just a different flavor of these devil worshipers speaking and putting things into you. You go speak it, you walk it, you live it, and you don't even know what happened. By the time you find out what hit you, you didn't, well, look what you destroyed. Ain't nothing worse than thinking you doing something right and have to, I'm in error again. And you done put all your time, your money, you gave away all your rent money away. Man, you done gave your soul away. I mean, before you know it, you gonna be talking like Kanye talking about you sold your soul to the devil. Right. You don't even know it. Right. So don't do all that. If you don't have nothing else, one of the things that's like, if you can find a scripture, something that you know for a fact, then it has to be your starting point. Yeah. One thing we know for a fact as a woman is the Bible do say wives obey the husbands. We know that they have dominion. We know that they're the lead. There's enough evidence in Torah and in the renewed covenant that will back up that a woman was given to was there for a man to be his helpmeet. If you know nothing else, you know that much. And you know following your husband, and then seeking Yah for the rest of that, for whatever else, and then let your, you know, and then knowing your husband's your spokesperson, so he'll speak to you, he's leading it, and whoever Yah allows him to allow in your life, maybe somebody may speak a word over here to some water, some plant, Yah will give the increase. If you just know that little bit, that's probably a better starting point than you trying to figure out all this other stuff, because all I found was more confusion. And anything I find something right, don't know how to put it together, because, well, Pastor so-and-so over here said this, my husband said this over here, but this person said this over here. And then if they take the word from you, you'll be, by the time you go through all of that, you're lost. Sometimes you got to get back to ground zero. And you realize, okay, this was wrong, Christianity is wrong. So is this ministry. So is this. And in fact, what our husband here been teaching us, showing all these Greek society, just all this stuff that's been presented for us, this cloning Tyrone alone means you need to go back to ground zero, because you have no idea what you just encountered. I have no idea what I stepped into. I just want to come and serve y'all, and niggas, look what I stepped into.
That's
This
true.
is so chaotic.
And then you lose your salvation,
You lose
your family, your
family.
husband.
Yes, and you'll lose it all literally before you even know it hits you.
And then still call it Yah.
Because they'll have you believing. I mean, Paul and Tyrone, you just watch how they're putting stuff in the church juices you drink. It's not far fetched. They're not making this crap up. They're just not. I've been in church, so you've seen some of these things, and you have that question mark, but then you just go back to sleep.
Right.
Because everything is able to be preached away, and you watch it everywhere you go. People are able to just take that thought to your mind. You never even came to the conclusion of what this that you saw was, and they just get you like that. They just go to sleep. So everybody hands need to stay off you. If your husband says so, I have nothing to do with that. But if your husband don't mind, keep your hands. Don't go ask for the pastor's hands. His hands ain't any holier. Don't want the pastor to baptize you. Your husband is competent. He can do it. You ain't any holier because the pastor touched you. By him touching and baptizing you probably made you less holy. So think about it that way. I'm so serious. If they close to the pastor, their agent, you start literally look at things that way until it's approved otherwise. Everything has to be proven. And it takes time to prove all that.
Yep.
Don't make the same mistake I did. If you learn anything from me, I've already fallen into that path. I told my sister Taylor and she be rolling. And I saw actually Sister Ebony, they both were laughing so hard. I was like, let me tell y'all something. You don't want to go on the same path as me. I said, I was in the concentration camp. I'm trying to come out. I'm running. They keep catching me. I'm like, I'm trying to get out of the concentration camp. And y'all are running fast as you can to the concentration camp. I'm trying to tell you, any attitude you have, I've already had it. Any thought you had, I already had it. Any disobedience you got rolling up in you, I've already done it. Anything you think you know from the Bible, I've already said it, done it, tried it. It don't work. All of it's wrong. And you see me in this bondage, it's called a concentration camp, and I'm trying to get out of it. I'm like, yeah, please. And I'm running. You see me, I'm scarred up, I'm all messed up because I tried all that stupid stuff. Don't do that. You stay far away from the concentration camp. And I said, you need to be ready because I'm running. And when I come down, I might need y'all to help pull me over so I can be out of this for good. I said, but if you run into the same camp I'm running to, how am I going to, I mean, what's going on? And they were laughing so hard. But seriously, it's like that. When you go from the bondage, you tell everybody else, stay away now. I mean,
everyone's clowning on me because they said,
what happened? I can see.
They said, they're calling it a master minute.
This was definitely a master minute. This is how
as y'all just saw the last couple of minutes, I wasn't even talking. So apparently there's a teach minute on.
Who brought me up?
They didn't bring you up yet. I'm just saying. Red Pill. He said that I have a Bible without chapters and verses. If you can post it in the chat, brother, or a comment after the stream, what the name of that Bible is, because I would like a Bible without the chapters and verses. Because as you said, it's much better to understand. I would love to have that resource. All right. Sister T just had a sister second. There you go. Thank you, Brother Jack. Thank you for looking out, my brother. A sister second. Nope. I'm doing a video this week. Look for a first day. I'm gonna call it a sister second. Look for it.
You know, I'm not even gonna lie. Even all my sisters attest that. I have that same thing. They be like, before you talk to Tanisha, you gotta be ready to stop because I try to tell them one thing and they be like, Tanisha, 20 minutes later to tell me a comment. I be like, oh. Because I forget. I be like,
yeah, don't ever ask her to give you a story. You be like, Tanisha, so what happened? And you know it's about to go back, and she'll be like, in the beginning, I created. I'm like, oh shit, we're trying to get to 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 6. And she started in the beginning. She didn't start when in the beginning was the word, and the word was Yah, the word was with Yah. She said, in the beginning, Yah created, which means we in Genesis 1:1, not Matthew 1:1. We're going to be here a long time.
Okay, I tell you one more funny thing.
Okay, go ahead.
My sister said this funny thing to me. Oh, we said us. It was to actually both of us. She's had to tell him this, and it's so hilarious because it matches us both perfectly. She is laughing one day because we both talk a lot. And this wonderful guy here, was talking about me. Your sister talked too much. She da. And my sister was laughing, crying. And so after all this laughing, we're like, dang, this is deep. So we're like, why are you laughing so hard? She said, I'm laughing because he talking all this crap about you. And she said, both of y'all talk too much. And she was rolling. And the thing is, she's like, each one of you, y'all just both talk too much. And y'all have the audacity to point the finger at each other. Y'all both talk.
I actually don't talk a lot. Bless y'all.
4 hours later. Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.